Good morning. My name is Patricia Hernandez Lely from Risorse per Roma, partner of the EFUA project and in-house company of the City of Rome. I'd like to welcome all of you to this conference online. It should have been held here in beautiful Rome, but for the circumstances we all know, we had to go for this online format. Before we start, I'd like to thank all the EFUA partners for their contribution in the making of this conference and in the making of a rich program that lays ahead for the next 2 days with us. Facts. Why facts? The name of the conference is because today and tomorrow our guest speakers and panelists will speak of the facts related to urban agriculture in the EU and beyond. What has been happening, what has been done so far, and where are we today in terms of practices and policies in the topic of urban agriculture. We will listen to representatives of the academic world and research centers, the European Commission, international organizations, local authorities, agricultural and farming associations, who will present to us the state of things, so that this conference can become the starting point for the discussion on what the next steps should be for the creation of the European Forum of Urban Agriculture. I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Massimo Mengoni, Director of the Territorial Planning Department of Risorse per Roma. Risorse per Roma, as I said before, is the partner of the EFUA project and the organizer of this conference, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization. Thank you, Massimo, for being here with us. Buongiorno. The floor is yours. Grazie. It appears that we have some problems with Mr. Mengoni and Ms. Alfonsi. So if Daniel Münderlein from RWTH Aachen University is connected, we could go to his presentation, if that's okay with Daniel. Daniel?
Will be fine for me.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno.
So the floor is yours, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to speak and to present the European Forum on Urban Agriculture project to you. I'll just have to start the presentation. I will start and explain a little bit the European Forum on Urban Agriculture. My name is Daniel Münderlein. I'm the coordinator of the European Forum on Urban Agriculture. We are a Horizon 2020 project, and we started in 2020 under very special circumstances. So I will explain a little bit the design of the whole project. We are trying to engage with a wide range of different stakeholders from the world of urban agriculture, and we're establishing the European European Urban Agriculture Forum. And we are processing data, we are co-building knowledge, we are collecting new data, and the whole project is basically based on a series of conferences. You can see the Facts Conference, the Next Conference, and the Action Conference. And the Facts Conference, this is exactly why we are here today. And it has been a difficult start due to the COVID situation, so I'm really happy to see all of you. I feel delighted, and I hope we will have interesting and fruitful discussions today. Where are we starting from? We are not starting from scratch, but from a cost action called Urban Agriculture Europe. This one was more based on case studies in several metropolitan areas. We've been to Milano, to Barcelona, to Geneva, to the Ruhr area in Germany, and it was the idea of gain a better understanding of the urban agriculture phenomenon, understand what urban agriculture is all about. We've developed a typology to also properly describe the urban quality of agriculture. And basically, we became aware of the fact that, for example, the CAP reform would provide a great opportunity for urban agriculture or the farm to fork strategy. And we thought of that urban agriculture has to be embedded as a tool in the Europe 2020 strategy. It has to be embedded in cross-sectoral instruments, but yeah, when the cost action stopped, basically we still had these questions in mind, and so IFUA is basically starting where the cost action stopped. So we have 4 main goals in mind: better networking of stakeholders in urban agriculture. We want to create better knowledge in urban agriculture, better deployment, and better policies for urban agriculture, as mentioned before. So we're getting in touch with a wide range of different stakeholders, from civil society, from agriculture, from academia, from government. And yeah, by establishing this forum, we are hoping to achieve these goals, and we want to create sustaining impact. How are we working right now? As mentioned before, COVID made a community in support action sort of difficult to start because we couldn't get into the field. We could not directly talk to the people, but we also regarded the COVID situation as a new window of opportunity, like the online conference today, which can be attended by people from all over the world and can easily be translated into several languages. So we worked online. Since we started, we created a very interesting web-based platform for stakeholders, for stakeholder engagement, for co-building of knowledge. We got in touch with already with a wide range of different researchers, with practitioners, with citizens, with stakeholder groups, and yeah, the vision is now to create this sustaining impact, which will translate throughout the FACTS conference, to the next conference, to the Action conference, finally in Brussels in 2024. Who are the IFUA partners? You've already met the dear colleagues from Resource Paloma, so I'm not going to introduce all of us. I just want to mention that we are 11 partners from all over Europe. We are from members from academia and practitioners as well. For example, Mammut Film or visual designers who help us to develop a language, a visual language, which can be understood across language barriers, and which also helps us to engage with people outside of academia. We have the Bauernbund from Belgium, a large farmers association. So a lot of different people and personalities are involved in the IFUA project. I already mentioned the better networking aspect of it, and when we started in 2020, we got in touch with several stakeholders. We created this case study map, which can be seen on our website, and the idea was not only to create an urban agriculture radar, which promotes and features several projects, but also to have the first anchor points for collecting data, for carrying out interviews, for sending out surveys. So these case study maps that we've produced is also a basis for our empirical work and for the deliverables that I will outline later on. What we also noticed as soon as we got in touch with several stakeholders, that there are already strong networks existing in urban agriculture. So our aim was not to completely establish new networks. It was more creating networks and interlinks between already existing networks. And I just want to explain a couple of networks which are inspiring for us. For example, the municipality-led mentoring of the Krakow community gardens in Poland. The municipality provides assistance to local groups in Poland with the identification of vacant sites. Afterwards, a training through qualified coaches is carried out, and information about acquiring assets or managing resources is carried out. And this scheme has been highly successful in developing grassroots initiatives within the city. Furthermore, we've met the Gardenizers, which is more of an NGO mentoring project, also partly derived from research, and they want to empower people to become urban gardeners, like literally the propagation of new urban gardeners. It can be considered as some sort of teacher's training. with certified trainers who work and build knowledge through training modules. These are a common standard, but also reflect the local conditions. And the qualified gardenizer is seen as the facilitator within the local community or group. And they are aiming at educating multi-scaled individuals who can work as mentors, as trainers, as technical experts, but most importantly, as advocates for urban agriculture. Furthermore, we have met and encountered more professional organizations, for example, Architecture or 12 Steps to Urban Farming. Henry and Jeff are online as well. These are commercial organizations who provide trainings and resources, and they have the idea to help new entrepreneurs to grow. To our understanding, the focus is more often on high-tech aspects of urban agriculture, vertical farming, rooftop gardening, but this is clearly a growing niche market, and it is linked to the concepts of local food security, reducing food miles, and the circular economy. And just think about the horrible situation right now in the Ukraine, which really shows us how fragile and vulnerable the global food system is. So we are highly in the need of new approaches for creating resilient food networks. And so, the technologies are replicable across a wide variety of geographical locations. And they are mostly working with young entrepreneurs and business startups. When we talk about urban agriculture, we obviously also have the idea of creating qualities from the rural and the urban domain in mind, and combining the best of both worlds. This is pretty good reflected in the rural-urban linkage mentoring program from Antwerp, and this approach shows how local partnerships of diverse stakeholders can improve local supply chains and rural-urban linkages. This is a network which more operates at the city regional level, and the role of the mentoring agency partnership is to strengthen these connections, to just bring individual local farmers located at the urban fringe closer to restaurants or markets within the city of Antwerp. I also talked about better knowledge. Today we are here to discuss the facts-finding process, and we've mainly produced 3 important deliverables so far in this fact-finding process: a typology update, a type benefits matrix, and a practice governance matrix. These deliverables will be discussed in depth at the round tables today and tomorrow, so I will not blow the surprise. I will just want to give you a brief understanding of how these pieces of the puzzle in the better network knowledge part are coming together. I mentioned the cost action, and in 2016 we've created a first typology in order to describe the phenomenon of urban agriculture, and we could clearly distinguish between urban farming, more large-scale orientated, and the urban food gardening department. In the urban farming department, we spotted projects which are more orientated, interesting on-site experiences. Then there are other ones which are more flow orientated. Think about circular economy, local food farms, environmental farms. In the urban food gardening department, we've spotted projects which are more focused on the individual production of food within the urban environment, for example, allotment gardens, family gardens. Or on the other hand, we have the collective production, we have educational farms, classic community gardens. So this typology served as a first starting point, but we've moved on. Things have changed since 2016, and so this typology was put to the test and to an empirical test. The Wageningen University has created a very interesting new typology, and they have asked several projects. And again, I don't want to blow the surprise. You will hear the details later on. But what we found out that these pure types from the former typology are rarely to be found in the field nowadays. They identified 6 new types, and we have the understanding that urban agriculture evolves through space and time as a phenomenon. It might be better described as a dynamic process than in a more static typology. What else? I mean, I've already explained a couple of the benefits of urban agriculture. The Polito and Tudin, they have created a very interesting type benefits matrix. They have identified benefits partly from literature, but also from empirical surveys. They discovered social cultural benefits, environmental and climate benefits, food benefits, obviously, but also health and well-being benefits and economic benefits. So urban agriculture certainly ticks a lot of boxes when we talk about benefits. And last but not least, we try to understand how these forms and types of urban agriculture and the benefits interact. And a practice governance matrix was developed by the ISSK in Bulgaria. And yeah, they try to understand and try to describe how several models or modes of governance in urban agriculture projects are related to overall aims like sustainability, urban embeddedness, and innovation. And obviously, how do these outcomes contribute to these urban policies? So we have the governance, we have the benefits, and the typology. And when we situate these in the overall IFUA life cycle, we are now in this facts-finding stage, as discussed. So we try to understand the interlinks between these deliverables that we have produced, and hopefully this will pave the way for the next stage, the better deployment of urban agriculture, and finally also will pave the way for developing better policies. That's still up in the air a little bit, but I also want to give you a short appetizer of how better deployment can look like, for example, in the world of vertical farming enterprises. There's the Nabo farm in Copenhagen, which supplies leafy greens to the urban market, especially to local restaurants. We have the Urban Harvest in Brussels, which has a similar mission, and it also provides some consultancy service and to other businesses. So there are already good examples for better deployment of urban agriculture. We have also discovered a very interesting project in Glasgow, in Scotland. It is an interesting example of a social enterprise which operates on strictly commercial lines. It provides multiple benefits, again, including training, including employment opportunity to socially disadvantaged groups, and improving diet and food choices within West Central Scotland. And they have the ambitious mission in mind to challenge the established supermarket chains through offering quality, healthy products, and through its growing networks of outlets. Then we found another very interesting project which already outlines this evolution of urban agriculture, which we could also observe in the new typology. It's located in Almere in the Netherlands, and the farm was previously run as a commercial glasshouse market garden enterprise in the established markets in the Netherlands, and this never really paid off. So the farmer came up with a new idea of turning this space into an indoor allotment, which could then be rented out to individuals and groups. And this can be considered as a diversification strategy, and has proven highly successful because the farm so making way more profit while providing valuable urban agricultural resources to the local people. And yeah, it was transformed into a social space for the community. You can meet, you can chat, you can share while working in these allotments. So it clearly reflects like the blend of a classic horticulture project and an allotment garden could be already considered as a new type in urban agriculture. Last but not least, this is really still up in the air, the better policies aspect, but we also have a round table today with very interesting people who will talk and discuss the better policies aspect. Right now, we have more questions in mind. We've seen the dynamic of urban agriculture. We could already observe what's happened between 2016 and 2021. So how can we deal with the dynamic of urban agriculture in policy making? We've seen the multiple benefits. We've also seen the multiple governance modes and models. How can we integrate these into policy making? So far, we have the feeling that the political landscape is more organized in sectors and jurisdictions, while urban agriculture really ticks multiple boxes. So we have to work something out to really do urban agriculture justice in policy making and to take full advantage of the phenomenon of urban agriculture in better policies. I'm really curious and excited to see the discussion later on at the round tables. So that's about it. This was thought to be a short appetizer for our EFHUA menu for today, and it was my ambition to see and to describe this bigger picture of the EFHUA project behind the discussions, the fruitful discussions we will have at the round tables today. And so this was my little introduction to the wonderful EFHUA project, and I'm really happy that Isabelle van Worm from the European Commission from DG Agri is now online, and she will talk a little bit about ongoing calls and actions and the situation at the European Commission.
Daniel, for your words, for your time, for being here today, and for giving an overview of what the project is, what we are doing, what have we done so far in the first year of the project, and what we are going to do, what we aim to do in the next 2.5 years of the project. Thank you. Before we give the floor to Ms. van Worm, I would like to welcome Ms. Alfonsi from the City of Rome. We had some technical problems earlier on, and she's now with us for a brief welcoming words for us, and then I will give the floor to Isabelle. So please welcome Sabrina Alfonsi, Councillor of the City of Rome for Agriculture, Environment and Waste Management. Buongiorno Assessora, grazie di essere qui.
Salve, buongiorno.
A lei la parola, grazie.
Buongiorno, scusate per il problema tecnico prima, grazie per l'invito, sono molto felice di esserci.
I'm very happy. This European project is really helping Rome and the politics that we want to create. We really need a new body, a new organization that looks at urban agriculture. It is a field that needs to be developed and can change drastically the policies of big cities. Can be a concrete answer to all of those questions, such as the good exploitment of soil. Urban agriculture can be an aim for our cities, brings about a process of transformation that can improve a lot of aspects, from climate aspects to many others. Urban agriculture can be the vessel that leads us to a new idea of life. And I have delegated Roberto Gualtieri to deal with these aspects, agriculture and food policy. Food policy is another very important aspect. All of this has come to life thanks to the sponsoring of so many associations. Rome is a city that has its roots in agriculture. You can take a look at the archaeological park of the Colosseum with its olives and vineyards. I'd like to remind you of extra virgin olive oil from ancient Rome. Has really received praises from all over the world, and it's something that brings with it the brand of the Colosseum. What we cared about is to rejoice in our agricultural nature that has characterized us in all of our history. I can remember in the 70s, the occupation of public soil and the institution of cooperatives that exist still today. And today, this land has to be cultivated, has to be worked. We need to create an agricultural network for Rome where we eat what we produce in our land, and when we can dispose of waste material in the most effective way possible, creating sort of circular economy where nothing gets wasted. Agriculture, we say that often, also means inclusion. We have a Council of Food where we are trying to fight the exploitment of immigrant resources, and they are implemented in the production of fruit and vegetables. Access of food is very linked to the kind of policy we implement with agriculture. And what I always like to say is that Rome is buildings for a third, and the remaining 2/3 is divided between fields and public parks. We've always said that third, which is composed of buildings, has always had the priority, some kind of priority. But what we think is that our public green and our fields are to be reevaluated as well. So that's why being part of an organization such as the one that has been envisioned here today is fundamental. I want to thank Risorse per Roma, which is an organization that has done so much for our municipality and for our city. And through them, we have the possibility to create policies from a real situation and real data.
Thank you, Ms. Alfonsi, for your work, and have a nice work.
Thank you, Councillor Alfonsi. We can now give the floor to Ms. Isabelle Van Boom from the DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission. Ms. Van Boom, I believe you are online. Perfect, thank you. Thank you again. Welcome again. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. I'm Isabelle Van Boom from the European Commission, DG Agriculture and Rural Development in the unit Research and Innovation. I will present you quickly EU urban agriculture research and innovation goals and actions. So a few past, present, and future ideas for research and innovation projects. So starting with Horizon 2020, projects on urban farming and of interest to urban farming. Of course, Danielle already went into quite details from the urban agricultural cost action, which really was the start to elaborate our open approach on the phenomenon of agriculture. So it's 2016, and I'm really very excited to see about this, to hear about this new dynamic typology that he mentioned. This was the start. Okay, sorry for that. Shall I resume at what stage here? About the first, a few, not an exhaustive list of some Horizon 2020 urban and vertical farming. So there's Protean, prospective environmental assessment of urban agriculture, emerging systems. InFarm, about vertical farming revolution, urban farm as a service. Sea Green, about novel agriculture techniques for circular urban solution in cooperation with China, one of the biggest projects we had. And then the EIT food funding vertical farming innovation projects, and want to especially to mention this plant lab in Amsterdam, which was the first European farm in Amsterdam in co-creation with end users. Then there were more bottom-up, bottom-down value chains and urban food policies projects, just to mention Smart Chain and Skin about collaborative short food supply chains, Fox and Shilty about small innovative mild processing technologies, and Robust Coastal Cities 2030, Food Trails, just to mention a few, about unlocking rural-urban synergies, developing resilient and sustainable food systems within urban centers. You have all the links there that I guess the organizer will share this presentation with you. And then, of course, we had this need for a comprehensive vision for urban agriculture to address urban agriculture from a holistic point of view, covering social aspects, technological aspects, food and environment. And that's where FUR was selected for funding. About Horizon Europe, there's not so much I can tell because it just started and we are still in the selection of the first calls projects and preparing the next calls. So it's about the program structure, the strategic orientation, and where urban farming could play a role. Just to say that Horizon Europe has been building on the success of Horizon 2020, so we kept the same structure. We have a pillar 2 on global challenges and urban industrial competitiveness, and there are 6 clusters, and the 6th one, they all cover the global challenges, and the 6th one on food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment has a 9 billion euro budget. As cluster 6, really nice. So there's just to say 9 billion, but we're just at the start. So there's a lot of this 9 billion for the 21-27 period that we are still to be programming in the next years. And we're starting to develop the next cluster 6 program for the years 23 and 24. So a lot of also typology here, but just to say in intervention area 3, we have strategic plans, and then we have a work program and destinations. And there are 7 destinations, and they correspond to the expected impact of the strategic plan and also of the Green Deal priorities, intervention 3. Under this intervention area 3, we are setting research and innovation actions for agriculture, forestry, and rural areas, and in the strategic plan. And just to mention that it's not only focusing on one destination, but I think urban agriculture could be found it could collaborate in almost every all destinations. So where urban farming can play a role, so at some stage it's clearly mentioned urban farming, urban agriculture. But in some parts it's more like no specific mentions, but of course also of interest and where with place for you to collaborate. So in the legal basis, it's clearly mentioned innovations in farming at the interface between agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry, and in urban and peri-urban areas. In the strategic plan also, the intervention action 3, activities will support, area 3, sorry, activities will support the uptake of urban farming to deliver food alongside social and environmental benefits, also in collaboration with intervention area 5 food systems. And then there's not always clearly mentioned, but of course you could collaborate to tackle climate neutrality, food security for all, with urban food systems transformation and with technical solutions for urban food systems, circular management of resources, and place and people-based approaches, nature-based solutions, and smart cities. Just to mention that, of course, we are facing big challenges ahead, and sustainable challenges linked especially to agricultural production of the future. And that's why the Commission has adopted this, the European Green Deal. It is an EU sustainable and inclusive growth strategy. It's designed to boost the economy, improve people's health, and quality of life, and care for nature. So research and innovation is critical under this cluster 6 to accelerate this transition and achieve the objective of the European Green Deal. And the farm to fork strategy is really at the heart of this Green Deal. But I think I'm sure my colleague Pasquale Di Rubo from the policy perspective will come into more detail on the fork to farm strategy and related policies. So just to remind you, there's not an exhaustive list, of course, both policy context for this destination 6, resilient, inclusive, healthy and green, rural, coastal and urban communities. It tackles different, it's connected with many policies, and it's an expected impact from the strategic plan. I cannot, okay, sorry. So it's just this was just a first. As I told you, we cannot say much more on the current Horizon Europe calls. Just that in the near future there should be a topic on urban agriculture impact. But of course, this is still under work, under discussion, and we'll see. But there are many other instruments that are also maximizing the research and innovation impacts and of interest for the urban farming. So different funding. So Daniel mentioned many projects not funded by the Commission, by the CAP or by other instruments, but there are also others from the EU side, the EC side. So there's the European Innovation Platform, which is connecting the CAP and the research and innovation policies. I will not go into the details. You have the link there. It's really very interactive innovation and knowledge exchange based. It's really very practical. You have there a lot 2,500 local innovation projects, operation groups, and I'm quite sure there are many on urban farming there. So operation innovation groups, they are local interactive projects and they're really the cornerstone of the EIP Agri. Then there is also above the normal call and topics, we also encourage synergies with the member states, and then we have these partnerships, research and innovation partnerships, because it's that connects public and private partners to overcome the fragmentation of research efforts, which often happens. These were for the past period, and in the next period we'll have 3 priority areas: agroecology, living labs, animal health and welfare, and the agriculture of data. And then beyond the work program itself, we are launching a completely new way of finding concrete solutions for the greatest sustainability challenge of all, it's soils. So it's the research and innovation mission for a soil deal for Europe. And there's a plan for having 100 living libraries and lighthouses to lead the transition towards healthy soils by 2030. I quickly go explaining what living labs and lighthouse are, because I really think you as an urban farming, urban agriculture project, you have already shown some successful cases, and you could get in there. So living labs, they are place bottom hubs where all actors come together, and they are real life sites in rural or urban areas. People find together solution for a problem they have commonly defined. It's really important. And then the lighthouse, they are sites of exemplary performances that to showcase good practices. There are places for demonstration, training, and communication. And there you already have a few examples, I'm quite sure. So urban agriculture and missions and partnerships. So you have this soil mission that's meant to ensure that 75% of soils are healthy by 2030, and also to provide essential ecosystem services. And then you have also a mission on 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 to support and showcase 100 European cities in their systemic approach to transform and towards climate neutrality by 2032. And then you have this Climate Resilient Europe mission, which aims to support 200 European communities and regions in co-creating a vision how to be resilient. There's also candidate partnerships I will not go through. Okay, I hope I have not been too long. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Van Boom. I am sure that we can actually make your presentation available on the website of the project after the conference, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And I think we can now give the floor to Mr. Guido Santini from the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and also partner of the EFUA project. Guido, hello, good morning, welcome.
Buongiorno a tutti, good morning everybody.
Thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to project some slides. First of all, my name is Guido Santini. I'm officer at FAO here in Rome, and I'm responsible for the urban agriculture program and also city region food systems. So I think I can share my screen from here, I suppose. I would like to provide an overview of urban agriculture in the context of developing countries. And of course, when we talk, first of all, when we talk about urban agriculture, we also like to specify the peri-urban dimension, which is, of course, it's a definition, but it really looks at cities and the surrounding environment. So, and especially the peri-urban sweep is a key area that can have a strong potential to contribute to the food supply of the different cities. I'd like to start from the beginning. Maybe some of this information is already quite familiar, known by most of you, but I think it's important to understand why urban agriculture can play a key role in contributing to promoting sustainable food system and contributing to food security. Of course, the urbanization trend is quite impressive, and as we know, we are expecting to have 70% of global population living in cities by 2050. And of course, cities are already an important driver for food consumption, but also in terms of impact on climate. If you look at the food system is the main contributor of 30% of greenhouse gases at global level, and a lot of emissions are coming from urban centers, that are contributing a lot to emissions. Urbanization also implies concentration of poverty, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. As you can see here, this is quite an old slide, but it shows a lot how urbanization has determined concentration of slums in the major cities. But also obesity, so malnutrition in general, but also overnutrition is an issue not only in developed contexts, but also in developing countries. And also cities are more and more facing shocks, different types of shocks, climate shocks mainly. And there are a lot of people that are expected to be affected by floods. Agriculture production related to cities will have an important decline in the coming decades. And also the COVID-19 pandemic has further threatened the functionality of food systems. In many cases, cities with limited diversification of food sources have suffered a lot the impact of COVID. There is a strong political momentum, we know that, no? And the urban agenda the new urban agenda that was launched in 2016 clearly highlighted the role of urban agriculture in promoting urban development and the lessened dependence on distant food sources. Even the IPPC 2014 has highlighted the importance of urban agriculture as one of the adaptation measures. And again, many cities are clearly demanding for addressing resilience in their local food policies through promoting urban and peri-urban agriculture. Urban agriculture is already a reality. There is an old estimate that was done some years ago, but we estimate there are more than 800 million people involved in urban agriculture at global level, formally and informally. So there is a lot of informality in urban agriculture as well. Some other estimates, like the fact that 70% of all agricultural products are traded in a specific territory. And another estimate, which also is quite relevant, is that the fact that up to 20% of the world food is produced in a urban and peri-urban context. And of course, UPA is very relevant, especially for the poorest strata of population. There is a recent study done by Thabo and Paidreschel regarding the importance, the relevance of urban agriculture by analyzing the irrigated land. And clearly, there is quite an important presence of irrigated lands in urban areas, especially in Eastern and Southern Asia. It is estimated that 11% of all irrigated crops are in urban and peri-urban areas. And 60% of irrigated crops are within a radius of 20 kilometers from cities. Of course, there are quite some implications of urban agriculture, especially in contexts where there is no a clear recognition and legality of urban agriculture. No, indeed, in many countries, urban agriculture is not recognized, not even legal. But this, of course, doesn't prevent people to grow. No, and in many countries in Africa and Asia, all backyards or any piece of land in cities is cultivated. So, of course, in many cases, there is no regulation. there are no, let's say, regulation in terms of environmental risks, no, in terms of use of agrochemicals, but also use of wastewater. And of course, there is also another important issue in relation to tenure for both for land and water. When we define urban and peri-urban agriculture, we have to consider different aspects, no? The location in the city and in the city region, let's say, the typology of production, whether it's crops, animals, or fisheries, the purpose, no? And agriculture can have different purposes. The type of land tenure, land ownership, the scale, the individual and collective, the degree of market orientation, and of course the integration with other production activities. We in our as FAO, we have recently produced a source book in collaboration with RUAF and Recolto, and this is going to be published next month. And we have categorized different examples and typology of urban agriculture into 4 main categories, no? From home-based gardening, community-based, commercial, and also institutional food growing, which related a lot on school gardening, for example. And of course, each typology has different orientation and different purpose, different typology of benefits. And when we talk about scope and benefits, it's important to remind, I think Daniel already reminded the key benefits of urban agriculture. And of course, it's important to clearly differentiate from rural agriculture and understand that it's analyzing, evaluating urban agriculture from a profitability point of view doesn't really capture the important benefits of urban agriculture and the multiple scopes. No, starting from increasing access to fresh produce, no, and in areas where there is difficult access to fruits and vegetables, it can be really an important driver for increasing nutrition, for improving nutrition. It can also be a way to improve livelihoods, to generate income, especially in times of crisis and food shortages. It has really low startup costs and short production cycle. It allows to produce a lot in a, let's say, relative short time. And of course, all the transportation, packaging, and refrigeration is quite limited, no? Given the proximity to consumers and markets. It can create an important source of employment, no? And along the entire value chain from production to markets. Contributes to urban metabolism, also reducing the heat island effect, but also stabilizing landscapes, or contributed to circular economy, you know, through the economy of waste, food waste, and wastewater. And of course, can be an important driver to promote nutrition education through school gardening, but also social inclusion. Community gardens in many countries can also be a way to integrate marginalized population. Of course, it's important when we are approaching urban agriculture, it's always important to contextualize it in a food system. And at the moment, in many countries, urban agriculture is not sufficiently embedded into urban plans and territorial plans, no? And it's important to secure lands in urban areas for food production, as long as food, other, let's say, land use is related to food. Of course, it is always important to maintain a system perspective, understanding that urban agriculture has to be connected to the entire value chain, from input supply to markets, consumers, and this has to be part of a broader policy, food system policy and planning. And of course, we have to leverage the instruments that cities already have, like public procurements, that can be an important way to somehow orient the local food system and incentivize and promote local agriculture. And of course, governance is another key element to put together different actors involved in the food system, including urban producers. There are also new emerging models of urban planning. I'd like to thank Henk Renting for these slides. I think the urban agriculture is more and more part of the urban mosaic, and it's becoming a key element in modern urban planning, especially in the global north. This is much less happening in the global south yet. There are some good examples at global level of urban agriculture as part of a food system. So probably everybody is familiar with the agricultural parks in Valencia, in Barcelona, in Milan. The experience of cities like Rosario in terms of land banks, providing access to land for training for urban farmers, for example. The experience of Paris, Almere and Torino with the Torino Metropoli 2025. All these examples have put agriculture as part of a broader territorial planning, and have somehow become part of a food system perspective. Another example is Quito. Quito, the program Agrupar is has been a quite important program on urban agriculture that has been implemented for different decades, and it is being the basis for the development of the food territorial food policy. I will talk about later. Dakar, for example, promoted urban micro gardens that somehow through the decentralized cooperation with Milan were scaled up in many poor neighborhoods in the city. And FAO supported a city-to-city exchange and cooperation between Dakar, Praia and Douala to promote this practice and this experience that Dakar had developed. Toronto, for example, is another important example of let's say, where urban growers organization have become part of a governance mechanism. As you probably know, Toronto Food Policy Council was one of the first councils that was launched in 96, sorry, and which somehow managed to involve a large number of stakeholders involved in the Toronto food system. And it's still a reality. In the last years, unfortunately, this is somehow, let's say, the importance of the council declined with the new administration, but it has been a reality until a few years ago. Another good example is also the Belo Horizonte case that since '93, the city created an undersecretariat to look at food security and nutrition. And the experience of Belo Horizonte became somehow a key element to inspire the national program on zero hunger. And there was a clear alignment between the national and the local policy. Rosario, for example, another good example of during the crisis, the city somehow reclaimed and reused an important part of the peri-urban land to promote agroecology, urban agroecology, and reducing the dependence on import from the country. I was talking about Quito. Quito, the experience of Agrupar became also an important driver to redefine the food system of Quito, no? To look at the city region of Quito and redesign understand the food system and redesign a territorial food policy. A strategy for a food and agri-food strategy of Quito. And eventually this became also the elements of a key element of the resilience strategy. Quito was one of the 100 cities, 100 resilient cities of the Rockefeller Foundation initiative. And the food strategy became a key element of the resilience strategy. So maybe now I will switch a bit on how FAO works with local governments, and how we support the transformation of food systems in cities. Of course, one of the key aspects is to moving from a sectoral to a systemic approach, and looking at the food system and understanding the importance of food as a, let's say, a connector of different development objectives, no? And of course, food also connects people, sectors, but also scales. No, it's important to move beyond the urban boundaries. No, indeed, the approach is to really promote a more city regional approach in planning the food system. No, and considering that food is a natural connector between urban and rural areas. I'd like also to report some of the insight that FAO launched a survey in 2020 to understand a bit the impact of COVID in local food system, and it emerged clearly that local agriculture is one of the key strategy that cities have prioritized to reduce the impact of COVID, no? And to create less dependence from external sources. Of course, it's important in a resilience perspective, it is important to maintain a diversified approach in terms of food sources, no? And urban agriculture per se cannot, of course, cannot ensure resilience of a food system. Okay. Of course, another aspect where FAO works is also to support the bridging between different scales. No, our natural role is to work with the national governments, but of course we also work with local governments, and we try to facilitate this alignment. No, and in the countries where we work, we create mechanisms of governance of the food system involving national and local actors. And of course, it's also important to comply with global objectives, no? Like the Sustainable Development Goals, the New Urban Agenda, and so on and so forth. In more practical terms, so how we work, we support the planning and the governance, also helping cities to assess the food system, creating multi-stakeholder platforms, helping in developing strategies. In terms of technical support, we promote projects on urban agriculture, on procurements, on short supply chains. And of course, an important part of our work is also in systematizing this knowledge and making it available and creating a platform for exchange among cities. A key example is that we recently launched the Green Cities Initiative. That is a global initiative that aims at reaching out, involving 1,000 cities in the next decade, and of course with 3 pillars, no, 3 entry points to support cities on urban agriculture, forestry, and urban food systems. Another example is that a program that we have been implementing with RUAF since 2014. Which is in supporting cities in promoting city region food system, and particularly on focus on the resilience dimension. So understanding the risk and vulnerability of city region food systems, integrating resilience in food system planning, and of course, specific actions and strategies to increase resilience, also now against COVID-19. As I mentioned, we have developed, we have produced a urban and peri-urban agriculture source book that will be released next month. And this is a global review of typologies and examples at global level, understanding different practices and typologies with different scopes and benefits, identifying the actions to support urban agriculture, and understanding some key aspects, cross-cutting issues like governance and multi-stakeholder engagement. So this publication will also be broadly released and also shared through this network. Okay, I finish here. Thank you so much for the attention.
Much, Guido Santini, for being with us today for your presentation. We can share it then on the project website, I suppose, but we can discuss later on. Thank you. And I believe we have now Frank Lorberg, head of department at the Institute of Landscape Architecture of the RWTH Aachen University. Frank, good morning, welcome. Thank you for being with us. And I believe you will introduce us to the topic of urban agriculture heritage. So thank you for being with us. And you have a presentation which you can share yourself. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you as well. I just tried to share my screen. Okay, wonderful. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to this FACTS conference, Frank Lorberg. I once chaired the cost action on urban agriculture and then initiated this project, which is now really managed by this consortium and also coordinated by Daniel, as you already heard. And I'm quite confident to see also to hear also to Guido Santini. And yeah, we can meanwhile state that urban agriculture is somehow mainstreamed. I mean, we have to align it with policies because it's a cross-sectoral event. But this is, I think, the ambition and the job of the FUA project in total. So what has been mainstreamed now, aligning with policies. And my keynote will be a little bit go beyond that mainstream and ask about what's next research when talking about urban agriculture. And I think there is the need also to have a more historic perspective and a perspective on traditional forms of urban agriculture, urban agricultural heritage. And my story begins in Istanbul, a place I visited 10 years ago to see cultural heritage. I wanted to see the Theodosian Wall dating back to the 5th century, which is listed by UNESCO World Heritage. And to my surprise, I did not only see walls and fortifications, but I saw urban agriculture, a horticultural area stretching for 2 kilometers east of the city center of Istanbul, and quite beautiful area, really embedded in the fortification structures. And also to my surprise, while the monument, the wall was listed as heritage, the agricultural area was not listed, despite the fact that it also has a tradition which is about 600 or 700 years of farming in that area. But this part of history, of heritage, is neglected. And I had the opportunity with my guide to visit a farmer there. You can see a traditional irrigation system. Guido already stressed the importance of irrigation system in urban areas worldwide. And this is also a cultural heritage. And the farmer showed us his favorite food that he produces, that he cultivates, which is purslane, a healthy diet, and that he really sells to restaurants nearby with his car on a family-based business approach. So just a lot of benefits that these agricultural areas next to the wall called Bostans, that's the name, the Bostans of Istanbul, that they serve to the cities. So as already Daniel pointed out, these are ecological benefits, and these are benefits in terms of healthy food, well-being, and so on, and also an income for the family. But all these benefits of this traditional form of agriculture, they are not aware in the city of Istanbul. You can see on the right side these gated communities for housing, grabbing over the land patch by patch, and only a few weeks after I have left the place, although this Bostan was destroyed for urbanization purposes, leading to this dramatical picture with a last harvest of this family. So a terrible demolition of the Bostans, but there's somehow hope, because I think it's for the first time in the world that local people and academics together formed a grassroots, and they demonstrated against the demolition of this Bostan. They even restored these wonderful seed beds for cultivating purslane, just to highlight the benefits and to underpin the need for an alternative development in that area. And there's also hope when traveling from Istanbul to another city, which is in Germany, called Bamberg. And I've chosen this city because it's also a city listed as World Heritage by UNESCO. And this is because the cathedral area on the hill, a wonderful medieval inner city between the rivers, and also the so-called Gärtnerstadt, which is the gardener city. And this is listed as heritage because of this typical structure, narrow streets, single-story buildings, one next to each other, and they are featuring these arched gateways, which are for the vehicles to enter the backyards, because the backyards are farmed. And in these houses, there are living, or they have lived for long times, farmers and gardeners. So this is also a historical map showing these narrow streets, and then these mega farmed backyards, which are still today. They have, in a way, survived the test of time. They are not endangered by housing areas, but there is a kind of a silent change in land use. And the city of Bamberg made this analysis and mapped that the horticultural area, this darker green, it's still to be found, but there are other areas which are more used privately, private green space, or the land is lying fallow. So there was a need to save this area. And the city of Bamberg was aware of the benefits and said, we want to go for an urban agricultural heritage approach. And this is based on 3 columns: rising public awareness, better public access, and promoting gardeners' traditional products. Public awareness is supported by creating a main scenic trail, which is going like this through the garden cities, with 2 hotspots, a museum, which is installed in an old farmhouse and gives access to go from the street to the backyards, where there's a museum garden, and then a lookout tower as another point. If you have time, please visit Bamberg and see this beautiful old farmhouse, which is not a farmhouse in a rural area. It's a farmhouse, like the one next to it, just right in the city. And for example, the museum garden, which is quite helpful to show the old species and also tools that have been used for cultivation. And yeah, it's a wonderful intervention. And also these lookout tower, it's skewed in a way. It's skewed to show a little bit also the uncertainty of the future of gardening, horticulture in that area, but it gives the people access to have a view on that area, because you can only safeguard things if you are aware of this. So better public access is a column of the strategy of the city of Bamberg. And also promoting the gardeners' products, a small scale, also family-based, and they are supported by getting permissions for direct sailing, also for parking lots, and also supported by kind of reinventing old products like this Süßholz, which is a licorice, a plant. The roots of this plant, they were used 200 years ago for sweetening. And so this is now reinvented and a wonderful product that the people, that the farmers can sell, but it was only made possible by supporting of the community. So, and also Bamberg was successful in listing urban agriculture as an intangible heritage. And this is also quite important because especially when talking about urban agriculture, we have to consider it as a living heritage. It's not only keeping the structure of fields or the roads or these arched gateways or the farmhouses, is also to keep the knowledge and also the cultivation processes with this traditional species like the Bamberger onions or the tools that have been used, and also the habits of the people. For example, there's a yearly procession of the Gardeners Guild in Bamberg, and this is now part of the intangible heritage and shows that urban agriculture is quite a solid part of the city's culture for centuries and centuries. So the lessons learned from these two cases are urban agriculture has a history. So we don't have to start from scratch. Yeah, it's already there. We have to detect the history. We have to be sensitive for the traditional forms, which are already there. There are a lot. We have to find them and we have to collate them. And this helps us a lot for a better footing of urban agriculture. It also might help sometimes to counterbalance a merely technology-focused development. I mean, we all need these new technologies, these high-tech technologies also, but they're only part of the solution, yeah? And the traditional forms of urban agriculture, they are also part of the solution, and we need to have a balanced funding and promoting of both strategies. And the main point is why we need to cultivate this as heritage is to enlarge the repository of knowledge on urban agriculture. It's a huge knowledge pool, and this knowledge pool is more needed, and that's my belief, than ever. And just to have 2 minutes of theory underpinning that, that assumption is we are now facing really a dramatic change from what we have known so far. We have been going through a 200 years period of really a fossil fueled period, much amount of coal, oil, gas. It's now all questions, highly questions because of the war in the Ukraine, but also questions in terms of climate crisis. And you know all this. We have to get off this being a junkie of of oil, gas, and coal. And so we have to go for a decarbonized period. And this is not only society in total, economy in total, it's also agriculture in total. And I think that lessons learned from urban agriculture will also might guide the way to help agriculture in total, also in rural areas, to be transformed in the future. And just to show you my favorite slide, which is from Krausmann, an Austrian researcher, and he compared the agricultural system, one patch of 1 hectare land, in a pre-industrial period, I call it sun fuel period on the left side, with then what we have now with an industrial fossil fueled agriculture. And he found out that on a patch of agricultural land, there was the farmer with his labor and also the energy from the sun and a small amount of calories, energy, food that was produced on that side. Small amount, 4 to 7 gigajoules of food. Today, we have much more food production based on an industrialized agriculture, 25 to 30 gigajoules of food, less labor of the farmer because he has machines, the same energy from the sun, but this high output is only based on an input of fossil fueled, of fossil energy, which is 30 to 35 gigajoules. That means that agriculture was once an energy producer. More energy comes out than you have put in, and today it's an energy sink. So, and this is I think is quite challenging because you can also say what we are eating is oil or gas or coal. And we have to change this system also. And this is, I think it's not really aware in the scientific discussion what major changes are really linked to this decarbonization of agriculture. And in that situation, I think urban agriculture and the history of urban agriculture gives really some interesting insights on how to reconnect agriculture more to the energy provider that are already there, to a sun-fueled period, to less transport systems, to less input by machines, and so on. So I just, I always come across this guy, he's from Germany, von Thünen, and he was an economist that lived in the sun fuel period before industrialization. And he was the one with his Thünenschen model, the rings, that clearly worked out the linkages between the city, which is in the middle of these rings, and then adapted forms of land use, which in a way depict how near the rings are to the city center. And so I think investigating in that, in these kinds of models and also in this traditional forms, the knowledge that is linked to it will help to find answers for these red question marks on the red side. So in a way, Thünen really promoted the idea of the hinterland, the regional marketing, and we have now global marketing maybe shifting back to this. We have today the wholesaling, and in former times it was really the direct selling. Today we have few dominating crops, diverse crops, and also place-based solutions in the sun fuel period, because you didn't have the energy to homogenize all the agricultural lands worldwide. You had to be specific with solutions on place, and I think this is something we have to go back in the future as well. So urban agriculture has also a benefit, and we might go on in investigating in that direction also benefit in informing the future development of agriculture as a whole. This is something, just to mention, which is already aware, I think, also in the FAO, with this globally important agricultural heritage systems. But we found out that all these systems are more or less in rural areas. Yeah, there's no GS, or it's really the exception to really focus on an urban area. And I think this is something we have to work on. And just to come to the end of my presentation, let me present what we have done in the last years, really to focus on this heritage approach. We have been funded by the Volkswagen Foundation for first conference on that issue back in 2019, live before the COVID pandemic situation. And there's also a website which is kind of an ancestral hall showing cases like from Istanbul or Bamberg or others, which are quite instructive and quite wonderful examples of traditional forms of urban agriculture. And we are now preparing a book which will be launched, I think, this summer, also funded by Volkswagen, with more cases and also kind of conceptualizing. I will not go into detail, but it's figured out there why a heritage approach is needed. And this is cases that are in the book. It's Eurocentric in a way, but we are aware of this, and we are lucky to have a new project also funded by Volkswagen Foundation, which is starting this April, and which is trying to be the first integrated study on urban agricultural heritage in a global perspective, and comparing cases from Europe with one of East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Latin America also. So hope we could have a conference somewhere in the next years to share all the insights that come out of this project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for being with us. Thank you for this very interesting presentation and this different angle from which to look at urban agriculture, which is certainly very much needed. Thank you very much. And we now open the works to our first roundtable of the day. The first roundtable of the day, which is chaired by Ms. Lenneke van Drache. I hope, Lenneke, I pronounced your name correctly. If not, I apologize. And Lenneke has a very interesting group of speakers with her, which are actually our partners in the project, all of them, the work team. And you are going to introduce us to the topic of the typologies of urban agriculture and the benefits, because as we can never stress enough, having or managing an urban garden is not only about growing our vegetables, it's about many, many more things. And there are many types of urban agriculture practices, as well as many different benefits that we can actually obtain from it. So I'll leave the floor to you to introduce your speakers, your guests, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for this session. Yeah, we're already a little bit over time, but it doesn't matter, because we're going to have a very interesting next session, a roundtable. As Patricia also already said, my name is Lenneke van Drache. I'm Associate Professor of Health and Society of the Wageningen University, and I chair this session together with Lucy Savova, also from Wageningen University. And in this session, we will try to involve you a little bit also by using some polls so that you can actively participate as well. And we have two very nice presentations. One of Jan Ilke Jansma, also from our Wageningen University and Research, and also Enrico Gotero from the Polytechnic University will give a short presentation. And there will be time at the end also to have some discussions. And for that, I would like you to already put your questions during the presentations in the chat so that we can address them also. Claudia Casatelli will manage that part to manage the discussion with questions you have related to the presentations. So yeah, I would like to invite you to a first poll, and Lucy, would you like to start the poll?
Yes, so we will be using an external tool for this, and I'm already putting the link in the chat now. And I will also try and share my screen so you can see it and hopefully access it. So if you just go to this link, you should be able to see the poll. And yeah, I was really happy to see that many speakers already this morning touched upon the topics of different types of urban agriculture and also different benefits, which is what we're discussing in this session. And the first thing we have for you in this poll is actually what types of urban agriculture do you know? So you can draw on your personal experiences from the field. Of course, also from what you already heard this morning, I see the first answers are already coming up, so that's really nice.
Really good that you're all involved. Yes, lovely.
A lot of going on in the word cloud. That's great to see.
We also see some words getting a little bit larger size, isn't it, Lucy?
Yeah, indeed. I saw allotments grow. I saw community gardens grow. Yeah, obviously gardens is possibly the biggest word that we will get.
But it's also lovely to see the richness of, you know, how many different type of actually forms of urban agriculture you have. It's fantastic.
I see 60 people already participated in the poll. That's amazing. Thank you for yeah, for being engaged.
I also see school gardens as lighting up. Do you already see one, Lucy, which we haven't seen before or heard before?
Let's see. I'm gonna stop the voting for now. Otherwise, it's very difficult to read the word cloud. And we can indeed take a look together. Yeah, I see business-oriented farms. I see educational, backyard farms, vertical gardens, therapeutic gardens. That's also a specific type, indeed. Mushroom farms are interesting. And indeed, a lot of community gardens and allotments.
Yeah, very nice. I think this is a really nice introduction to actually the explanation Jan Eelco will give about the typology, because yeah, this was also a situation where we started with all these different types. So Jan Eelco, I hope you.
Jan Eelco, are you there?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, you're
wonderful.
Great. I try to share my screen. The beautiful Boston of Frank.
Yes, it works really well.
Yeah, talking about new typology, I think that needs a bit of audacity, in the meaning that you've seen it in the word cloud before. It could end up in a Babylonian confusion, and of course many scholars already tried to describe, or practitioners described typologies of urban agriculture. But maybe when I'm speaking about community garden, someone else is speaking about an urban farm. And so it's good to have settled some type of typology, at least for politicians. So where we are talking about when we're talking about urban agriculture. So as shown before, it's a container of words. It's a container of typologies, maybe. So we tried in work package 3 to distill kind of typology across Europe, because many of the typologies launched already are more locally based, or maybe national based. So with our team of work package 3, we try to discern a new typology, and we started from scratch. So not talking about typology, but talking about dimensions, like a spatial dimension. Is it urban or intra-urban, or more entrepreneurial, or is it more an NGO organized? Is it about only plant production, or is it also about animal-based productions? So these type of dimensions, and with this backdrop, we went in Europe. We organized some semi-structured interviews with experts across Europe, and we launched, of course, because we were pressed by Corona, to an online survey. And this online survey was, we got responses across Europe from 112 initiatives, practitioners, scholars. And from that, we try to cluster a new typology of urban agriculture. So the responses were literally across Europe, from east to west, north to south. And these responses, we, as I mentioned, we clustered to 6 new typologies of urban agriculture. So I will explain them briefly, and later on in the discussion part of this session, of course, you can question about it. The first cluster of first type is the urban farm, mostly entrepreneurial, family-based, peri-urban, large scale, professional, and the second one is the zero acreage farm, most intra-urban, intra-building, or regenerative sites, so to regenerative derelict areas, industrial areas, mostly producing plant-based.
Jan Eelco?
Yes, please.
Your presentation isn't moving on the.
Is it moving?
Well, no, it's still on the first slide.
Okay, technical support, please, because this is.
I'm here. Okay, you have just moved the presentation. I can see. Ah, no, I'm sorry. This is the screensaver. Okay.
Yes, this is now we see it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then I start again. For the new typology, we discerned 6 types of urban agriculture. The first type is the urban farm, on the left above side. And as explained, it's most entrepreneurial, peri-urban, large scale. It's not only about food production, but also about social services, like leisure, or school education, and so on. The second one is the zero acreage farm, intra-urban, most of the time intra-building, but also you can see it in ports or other abandoned areas, within the city, producing most of the time plant-based products, like salad leaves, so on. Professional, not many have services like leisure or so. The third one is more an NGO based social farm. So it's focusing on people with distance to the society or to the labor market, integration activities. As I said, NGO based, sometimes professional. And the fourth one is the do-it-yourself farm or garden, maybe known by allotment gardens, but you have many more of these types. Also in the more farm type, so pick your own is an example. It's for own production, own consumption. Most family-based productions are consumed family-based or with known to known people, consumers. And then we have two more, let's say, community-based types. The first one is the community park. It's more public. It has food-related initiatives like allotments or school gardens. It's large-scale, intra-urban or peri-urban. And I think the way this discerns from the community garden, which is more small-scale, neighborhood-based, more focusing on cohesion and social activities than on food production. So these are the 6 types we could discern from our survey. And I think it's still more about dimensions, because you can't clear cut between an urban farm and maybe a social farm, or between a community garden and a community park. So it's about a kind of a spatial dimension, operational dimension. You have a productional dimension and a societal dimension. I will explain, for example, that the spatial dimension is about acreage, but also about peri-urban or urban. Operation is about non-profit, profit, or business like activities. Productional is about some products, like the zero acres most have few products, and urban farms many products, also animal based, and so on and so on. So for an example, on this scheme, the urban farmers maybe has this is on the right side, this high acreage, this business like diverse products, and maybe private driven. While, for example, zero acres is more low acreage, still business, few products, and more private driven. So there is a use of gray zones between these types. So that's you have to keep in mind. But for a politician perspective, we can use these 6 types, but still it's a matter of perspective. How you look on the urban agriculture, and what's the aim you want from policy perspective, or from you as a societal perspective. It's about production, it's about public community building, innovation, services, and so on. And that, I think, to fill these typologies, we need to speak about benefits. And I think that's the step to the next presentation, or we were going to start with a poll about what are the benefits of urban agriculture. So I will leave it to Lucy again.
Okay, we're going to go to
stop
next
sharing.
poll.
Yes.
Thank you, Jan Eelco. Very nice.
Yes, thank you indeed for the presentation. And before we move to the next one, I will invite you to the second question that we prepared for you in our poll. Yes, I will also share my screen again. And the second question, I hope everybody can find their way to it, is about what are the benefits of urban agriculture, or the potential benefits that it can bring. I see the answers seeping in. I see food, but also social cohesion, education. All right, let's just give it a couple of more seconds. So if you still have some amazing benefits you really want to be heard, please type them in.
Yes, again, I think everyone is really nicely participating in this poll and a great variety of answers.
All right, and I will close the poll now. Thank you, everyone, for indeed this very rich cloud of benefits. I see education being really big. I see social cohesion as well. A lot of food-related benefits, cheap food, proximity to food. Fun is an important one, indeed.
Also, very rich diversity, I think, in different answers we see here.
So thanks everyone for participating. I think the floor will now go to Enrico, who will discuss how we dealt with all these diverse benefits.
Do you recognize them, Enrico?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very,
yeah, I'll
very
try to
well.
share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, but you have to start the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see?
Yes, now it's perfect. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and attention and for giving me the opportunity to discuss the work of the Polito team and the initial result on task 3.2 in order to understand the benefits of urban agriculture. I am a research assistant at the Politecnico at the Polytechnic University of Turin, and I'll start by briefly explaining Polito's role and the deliverables and our approach on this task. So in task 3.2.1, we try to understand what the benefits of UA and its possible disservices are, and how these benefits are monitored and assessed. The subtask on the benefits of UA includes two parts: the evidence from literature and project reviews, as well as the point of view of stakeholders. And the second includes the findings of some interviews conducted with Wageningen University and two surveys, the first one on UA types and the second on UA benefits. These steps produce different output that we will illustrate in the following slides. The literature and project review was the starting point of this part of research. These steps were useful to define and complete a list of UA benefits and the indicators to assess benefits, as well as to highlight the gaps in the evidence. This process includes an structural review of some references on urban agricultural benefits and previous research on urban agriculture, and a Scopus search, and some record identify true pattern suggestions and true Cordis and EU database search. The first output is the list of urban agricultural benefits that is based on the review process And after the consultation of EFUA partners, we defined a list that includes 5 benefit categories: sociocultural, environmental and climate, food, health and well-being, and economic dimension. We identified 37 benefits and 15 unwanted effects. We don't have time to explain in detail any benefits, but in this slide there are some of these. And we highlighted which benefits were linked together, or which were trade-offs, with a graphic representation with an icon. And the list also include for each type of benefit a description with the main references and the links with policy targets of urban agenda fields and SDG targets. Generally speaking, the research highlights that the most widespread are social and environmental climate benefits. The list of benefits is the base of the type benefit matrix that evaluates the link between urban agricultural types, defined by Wageningen University, and benefits. In the slide, there is an extract of this matrix that includes benefits and unwanted effects in the rows, while in the columns there are 6 UA types. For each UA type, we identify benefits and unwanted effect based on evidence, as well as the supposed benefits and unwanted effect based on expert estimation involving all partners of work package 3 of this project. In general, we can affirm that whole typologies produce benefits, and sometimes in more than one categories of benefits. In order to link types, benefits, and policy targets, we define a coaxial matrix that connects UA types, typologies with benefits, with SDG targets and urban agenda goals. And this coaxial matrix also show sociocultural and environmental climate benefits are the most important ones with respect to policy targets. Based on the list of benefits, we also define the benefit leaflets. They are brief documents of 2 pages for each benefit category that include a brief description of the main benefits, not all of benefits, but the key benefits of urban agriculture, and the main points to check for possible unintentional effects. They also include example and a visual representation of some good UA practice to address city demands, achieve policy targets, and produce benefits. Online questionnaire carried out also confirmed that the most widespread and popular benefits are social and environmental climate benefits. In addition, both online questionnaires show that the urban food garden initiatives are more likely to create the social and health and well-being benefits. And in the urban farming types, social, environmental, and nutritional food benefits prevail. Another outcome is a list of indicators linked to each benefit or unwanted effect. The research highlights how the benefits were measured by previous research, and the review allowed us to collect and classify 231 indicators. Starting from this work, we selected a set of key performance indicators that was designed mainly for decision makers and include 16 indicators, both state and impact indicators. They were selected in order to represent the most important benefits categories. And in this case, we have given a preference to those which are feasible and easily applicable, considering the complexity of the calculation, of the application, and difficulty in finding and building data sets. In conclusion, we can affirm that the key benefits can contribute to different urban policy domains. In sociocultural terms, UA can mainly contribute to make the city inclusive through the improvement of social cohesion, the development of a sense of place, and tackle inequalities. We can learn from urban agriculture through the development of education and knowledge on food, on agriculture, on environment. And urban agriculture can improve leisure, recreation activities, and tourist attractions. In environmental terms, UA mainly contribute to climate mitigation by the reduction of the urban heat island effect, can also make major contribution to greening the city by increasing the quality and quantity of urban green spaces, of green infrastructures, and also maintaining biodiversity and ecosystems. UA urban agriculture can feed the city by the improvement of food security, quality, and quantity, can improve the physical and mental health of practitioners, of citizens. And finally, in economic terms, I think that UA can contribute to urban policy targets mainly through improving local economies and the creation of new job opportunities. Generally speaking, it is evident that environmental and social benefits prevail, and the research also raised the lack of evidence on the cultural benefits on the heritage domain, and the shortage of quantitative approaches to evaluate some benefits, some on health and well-being, as well as the prevalence of perceived benefits and often unmeasured benefits are other elements to be considered. Sometimes there are overlapping benefits, and finally, some benefits are more detailed and explained than others, but without being necessarily more important. Okay, I have finished. I will now give the floor to colleagues for the discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Enrico, for this very nice elaboration on the benefits. And I think many of what we also saw in the word cloud came back in your presentation. So thanks a lot. I would like to also invite Jan Eelco and Claudia Casatelli to have their camera on. And Claudia, you will going to moderate the discussion part.
Okay, here I am.
Yeah. We also need Jan Eelco still.
Yeah.
We're just the two of us. Can we please have all five of us in the screen?
In the meantime, let me introduce myself. I'm Claudia Casatella from Politecnico of Torino. I'm an Associate Professor of Landscape and Regional Planning. And I have to thank my colleague in the roundtable for saving time for the final discussion, so we don't have to run. And well, my role is to facilitate the discussion, and our previous poll demonstrated that our public is really active and ready to be involved. So please, I invite everyone to post questions in the chat, because this time is for you to interact with our speakers. The typology and the benefits metrics will be very soon products to be shared with the general public. But for the moment, I guess that you might have questions or remarks to address to our speakers and researchers.
If I may, Claudia, can I start it off with a question? Because what I found remarkable looking at the word cloud, I saw that the word social was really big in the middle, and it was not in the list of the key performance indicators, if I recall well. Is that because there's so little research done or findings around this social aspect? Because that's really interesting finding, I would say.
So the question is to Enrico. Yes, well, I have to say that Enrico stressed the fact that the social dimension already prevailed in the surveys and interviews and in literature research. But yes, maybe there is not so much space in the list of indicators on social dimension. Enrico, would you like to elaborate on this?
Yes, no, the shortage, the lack is involve mainly the health and well-being dimension for the indicators. The social dimension prevail in the literature and the project reviews, and also the environment and climate benefits.
But maybe not in terms of measurements or assessment by qualitative methods are available.
Yeah. I think, in my opinion, prevail perceived benefits and especially in the literature, often unmeasured benefits and qualitative approach, especially in the literature review, and this emerge also by the questionnaires and the involvement of stakeholders.
So in the qualitative studies, you do find the social aspects coming back.
Sorry?
In the social studies, you do find aspects of social benefits coming back.
Yes, but by qualitative approaches, which need usually large surveys and time spending. Yes, obviously ad hoc methods different from more speed, easy desk studies as environmental indicators, for instance, provide. So. Yeah. It's something that we have to consider in the next studies, because if this is one of the most appreciated benefit, but we cannot demonstrate easily, at least, that this benefit exists, maybe we might have in the future some problems in monitoring the policy implementation. Oh, but I just to facilitate the discussion. Sorry.
It's okay. I also see some questions in the chat.
Personal position. Okay, so let me see in the meantime if there are questions in the chat.
There are a few questions.
Oh, a lot. Let me, no, good morning. I'm sorry, it's not immediate to read. No, these are just, see, now I'm.
The first question is
about the
risk.
About
was
the
being
risk.
published.
About the risk, maybe the first. By Isabel Van Boer. What about the risk? Only small adverse benefits. I am concerned about city garden soil safety with the risk on her. Yeah, so we mentioned unwanted effects and point of attention in the leaflet. Maybe Enrico, you can elaborate on this?
Yes. They are aspects to be considered when managing or designing, planning a specific UA policy or initiative. Generally speaking, the main points to check for possible unwanted effect should relate to social, health, and environmental spheres. For example, the main unwanted effects that we identify in this research mainly through literature review and the involvement of stakeholders are, for example, gentrification or green gentrification for social sphere. For the environment, the introduction of alien and the invasive species is another risk. Another unwanted effects could be a risk for human health. For example, I don't know, the consumption of food produced on polluted soil or areas. This is some of the unwanted effect we selected, we identify.
Okay, thanks. The second, well, obviously also the other I invite also Jan Elko wants to replicate on the same topic. It's fine, but there is a question for you, Jan Elko. Is there also a spatial delimitation to urban agriculture? Also thinking a possible implication for policy categories by renting. I think that
I doubt. It's more about, of course, how you define urban agriculture, but if there is a social, environmental, and economical link between the farming part and the city, there is no delimitation of space, of course. Yeah, I think that and that's also what I try to show in this new typology. So there's a spatial dimension, and there is, of course, a gray zone, and it depends on. And we in our survey we literally asked also people not only to think about urban agriculture intra-urban, but also peri-urban or in hinterland.
There was also a question by Claudia Segreto on if we measured the benefits or we only identified indicators, and I can reply that our role was only to make a review of existing research and not making an application or a new research on site.
But if you would do such a study, what would you advise based on what you have found?
This is to Enrico or to
Enrico?
Yeah, we have for the moment we have not measured these benefits with these tools. It could be a next step for the next research. Yeah.
Well, generally speaking, I would say that being so varied the typologies and so varied the typologies of benefits, indicators from the literature should be very well assessed before the application. So that the choice of indicators must be very carefully managed. Probably looking at those indicators that have been already applied, because there are many proposals, but not so many studies that really carried on and applied studies. So or they identify specific very sectoral or local, and the scale of application is also relevant in the assessment, in an assessment by indicators. Also, that's paying attention to the scale that is coherent with indicators. This kind of suggestion, maybe. And there is a question about benefits and perceived benefits. Enrico, it's to you again.
No, the benefits are that emerge by literature review, and perceived benefits are mainly regard mainly the involvement, the opinion of stakeholders.
Based on the interviews and the survey that we did. Lorberg asked if types of urban culture are changing dynamically. What are the main directions of development?
Yeah, I think that's interestingly because within urban agriculture there's a lot of innovation, and if you look from the inside, 10 years ago, vertical farming wasn't that much of an issue, or at least wasn't well developed. So I think one of the dimensions of change within urban agriculture is in this innovation part, a technical innovation part, linked to our food system. So it's not only about food production, but I think also about circularity and new type of food products. We have seen it is in mushroom production on coffee grounds, but also maybe insect production for human consumption. I think that the main change of urban agriculture will be in that pathway. And maybe within 10 years, we can add new typologies to our set of 6 we have today.
Well, now we have a question not in English, and I'm wondering if we have a translation.
You can use make it
Patricia,
yourself.
yes, you have on top of the screen, right? You have a drop-down menu with the languages for.
Okay. I'm set on original language, but in this case,
yeah, this is Dutch.
I see it in English. I can read it if you want.
Yeah, Lenneke can interpret.
The connection between city dwellers and food producer leads to more mutual respect. Is this also considered? And does this fall under the social category?
I think this is a question for Enrico.
For me?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. In our work, we collect food benefits, and then the production of food is related to this category of benefits. And then there are also many links with many connection with the social dimension. Yes. And as I said in the presentation, there are many benefits that overlapping and that are connected together, and this is one of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you in fact say that they do connect clearly. And there's overlap.
So I can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry. You said there's this connection also to the social dimension, but they also overlap.
Yeah, there are also several connections with the social dimension of urban agricultural benefits. Yeah.
Okay, and then as Claudia apparently is not here with us, I'll continue. There was a point of Isabel saying innovation also in the use of urban waste for fertilizing. So maybe it's for you, Jan Eelco, to react.
Yeah, that's true. Talking about urban circular systems or urban food circularity, I think it's a main aspect to cascade food waste. And maybe we don't need to talk about food waste, but more as input of new systems. And maybe in the end, it could also be used as fertilizer. But I think before food waste is also input for, I think, new food production, like insect production or other protein-based materials.
Yeah. Claudia, you're back with us. Wonderful.
Sorry for this inconvenience, but I could hear you in the meantime. I see that there are.
I think we addressed all the comments in the chat.
So maybe now I can ask you if you have final messages, in particular related to the relationship between types and benefits. And I would start from Jan Eelco on this point. We already discussed many points, but in case you want to add.
Patricia, there's one question. I think we have to address it. If our typology and as well as benefits of being open to the general public, the typology one is at the desk in Brussels, but we expect that the report will be open soon. And also we'll be going to publish a scientific paper as well as a kind of a glossy or a video about the typologies. Of course, Enrico and Claudia and the other members of the Work Package 3 are now working on finalizing the benefits report, and that will first be sent to the EU in Brussels, and will be, I think, open for a general public later in this year. But I don't know when. But check the website. Sorry?
By the end of April, we
submit the report.
Yeah.
You submit the report, but then we have to wait of clarification by the EU, so that takes some time. But I think check the website, and you will find the products later this year.
Okay, so from the technical staff, they are suggesting that maybe someone pose questions in the chat, not addressing to the general audience, but to the technical support. So in case, please copy and send the message to general group.
I also think time-wise, we probably have 2 minutes left. People are dying. I think very much want to coffee also. So is it okay that I conclude the session? Yeah? Okay, yeah. I really would like to thank everyone, also Lucy, who is not in the screen anymore, but who also had a very important role of asking all your input and background. I think we had a lovely discussion about the social aspects of benefits, about the risks, about the choice of indicators, and also about innovation aspects, and also that we might add new typologies as it's very dynamic, and that also means for the benefits. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done, but also I think we can be proud on what's been achieved until now. And as you can see, everybody is very interested to learn about the reports and the products coming out of this. So as soon as possible, can be shared. They will be shared with you also in the form of reports. And thanks a lot, and I wish you a wonderful coffee break, and I give the word back to Patricia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lenneke. Thank you, Jan Eelco. Thank you, Claudia, Lucy, and Enrico for your very interesting roundtable, very interesting polls, very interesting questions raised to you, and very diligently replied. Thank you very much. So yes, we are going to, I think, a very well-deserved coffee break for 10 minutes. And we'll be back at 11:40. Thank you very much to all of you, and we'll see you in a very little while. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello. Finally.
Hello, Trine. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a bit worried about because I couldn't see you there connected. So
no, me too.
Okay. We welcome Trine Agervik Carstensen from the University of Copenhagen and also a FOA partner. And Mr. Chris Blythe, welcome. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Blythe. Mr. Blythe is Chair of Trustees of Birmingham Open Spaces Forum, if I'm not mistaken, but you will have the chance to introduce yourself fully and with the detail in the next moments. Trine and Mr. Blythe are going to have a very, very interesting conversation now on the pandemic and post-pandemic challenges. So Chris and Trine, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I'm Trine Carstensen, and I'm Associate Professor in Urban Planning and Urban Livability. And thank you very much for the possibility to facilitate this talk on this important topic. And thank you very much, Chris, for accepting the invitation to contribute and share your insights and experience from many years of engagement in the field of urban agriculture, including in a recent research project on urban agriculture's social impacts and productivity. And just before I let Chris introduce himself, just want to pay your attention to the format we have chosen, because we would have this as a chat, as a meeting. So we will not use any slides, but instead we have provided you some links to support some of and illustrate some of the points made here. But unfortunately, you can see I have pasted them in the chat, but when I did that, it was all the extra space was sucked. So it looks a bit like a mess, but hopefully you can paste them out and check them afterwards. But welcome, Chris. Would you introduce yourself in a short way?
Yeah, thank you very much, Trine, and thank you very much, everyone, for inviting me to talk about some of the COVID impacts on urban agriculture that we've seen as part of the FewMeter project, but also from some more broad studies. I've been involved in working with a number of partners on the FewMeter program, and as Patricia and Trine have said, I'm currently chair of Birmingham Open Spaces Forum, which looks after member groups and parks groups across the city. My previous role as director of Social Farms and Gardens, leading an NGO in the UK, supporting community gardens, care farms and city farms to farm, garden and grow together. So my experience within the sector is probably about 10 years as a practitioner, researcher and collaborator, I think, really. So hopefully everybody will find some of the insights interesting. And also, as Trine says, please do put some questions in the chat. Hopefully, we'll have time to come to the end of the conversation.
Thank you, Chris. So you already mentioned the FewMeter project. So I wonder if you could tell us a little more about what that was all about.
Yeah, so the FewMeter program is a 3-year research project funded under the Sustainable Urban Global Initiative, SUGI, and a collaboration between them, the Joint Program Initiative, and the Belmont Foundation. They're the funders, and it was a collaboration between academic institutions and national and regional NGOs and charities and on-the-ground practitioners, using a citizen science approach really to collect data across 2 growing seasons in 2019 and 2020. Using data collected to analyse and potentially model using life cycle assessment analysis some of the productivity, sustainability and circular economy aspects of urban agriculture. And we've been able to draw out some interesting conclusions, and like so many projects, the final report is being finalised at the moment. So when available can be shared. But over the whole project, working across 5 countries, the UK, Germany, Poland, France, and the US. We investigated 74 different urban agriculture spaces and collected over 50,000 data points around productivity, around crops, around motivations, and also around inputs and outputs in terms of energy, water, and materials across the different spaces.
All right, now we heard before that from the FAO that COVID has threatened the functionality of our food systems, and you have written this intriguing paper called "We Have Been Part of the Response." So my next question would be, what were the impacts of the pandemic on urban agriculture that was relieved initially through this project here?
I mean, the starting point is, as Daniel mentioned in his opening keynote, that urban ag, like everything else in our lives, has not escaped the impacts of the pandemic, both positive and more challenging. And we're certainly seeing at the moment an increase in both peer-reviewed papers and also grey literature reports from NGOs and charities around the impacts of COVID on urban agriculture in its broadest form. So, mentioning that paper, thank you, and that we are part of the response is actually a quote from one of the participants in the program. But broadly speaking, across all the studies, or across many of the studies, the overall impacts are quite similar, whether that's from surveys in Australia and a worldwide international survey with over 3,500 responses, or whether that's from our sort of deep dive survey within the FewMeter program. And broadly speaking, as I say, the findings are very much similar, that individual gardens or gardeners have been far better impacted than the more community-based sectors. But one of the really important things that's coming out is the highlighting of inequalities that the pandemic has in effect exacerbated, but also in line with so many other agendas at the moment, the inequalities that the pandemic has shown.
And this project was conducted in 5 different countries, you said.
Yeah.
Three of them, or 4 of them in Europe. So what types of urban agriculture did you study? Now we just heard Jan Elko talking about the new 6 typologies. How can they comply to CEPUA typology?
We've heard a lot this morning about typology and classification, and we all recognise the many different types of spaces and their different forms and function. So that we could get an insight into the production and activities of a wide range of spaces within FewMeter, we focused on different types of spaces in the different countries. And in the COVID-specific surveys and data, we focused on what we defined as 5 different types of spaces. Community gardens, which fit within the community garden typology, as discussed earlier, a microfarm category, essentially the French spaces, which fit within the social farm or urban farm category, allotment gardens and home gardens, obviously DIY gardens, and then community farms, which kind of sit across urban farms and social farms. So it's good to see that the categories that we assigned within FewMeter fit within the new typology or the developing typology we saw this morning. And I do think that it's important to add to that discussion that typology of urban ag space is always going to be tricky. And wide-ranging, and spaces may well fit across different typology groupings. My own view is that we should group based on activity on space rather than physical form, but certainly where we combine a number of those things, the spaces we studied certainly fit within that broader typology we've seen this morning.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, and probably that's something that will be reflected in the way that these typologies will develop on. Mm-hmm. So if we turn to the impacts that you have revealed in your study, how did you find that the COVID-19 impacted the different types of urban agriculture, and what were the specific challenges and opportunities you saw? And perhaps you could also elaborate on how these different types they adapted to address to the conditions and the challenges that were caused by the pandemic.
Yeah, so the study was conducted across the 5 different sort of groupings of space, as I mentioned earlier, using diaries, questionnaires, and interviews across the 5 countries. We also carried out a COVID-specific survey with both policy stakeholders and also the practitioners on the ground. And I think the starting point would be, you know, it's been really interesting carrying out a citizen science-based study as we've gone through the pandemic, both in terms of challenges, but also in terms of, you know, how people respond and the opportunities that it's offered. And it's certainly true to say that the different types of space have produced a different type of response. The form and function of the spaces is fundamental to that. The allotment and DIY gardens, for example, broadly speaking, appear to be less impacted by the pandemic than the community-based or larger spaces involving more people. And this is reflected in finding of other surveys, particularly of home and individual gardens. But due to the nature of allotment gardens, the individual plot holders tended to just carry on, broadly speaking, with their normal way of working, with some sort of changes around tool cleanliness, tool cleaning, or not sharing, and things like that. Whereas on the broader, larger community-based spaces, we certainly saw quite large impacts around closure, around social distancing, around various sort of legal restrictions. Some resulting in spaces completely closing. For example, the New York spaces were almost completely closed during the pandemic survey periods. But also in terms of the way in which the spaces responded and went out there and did what they could. I think that the challenges can be broadly summed up around that. Access and also in terms of community-based spaces, particularly the lack of clarity in some instances of policy and what applied and what didn't, and also, as I think I'll come on to in a while, the financial impacts. The opportunities start off with a renewed interest, and we've heard already about the renewed interest in food systems that the pandemic has highlighted, but also a renewed interest from many people as individuals in growing their own food, recognizing the fragilities of the supply chains, exploring different markets, and also not to forget that the spaces in many cases have seen as a result of closure an improvement in biodiversity, and I'm sure we've all heard stories of how the birds were more present even in our own gardens during the lockdown phases of the pandemic, and that, I think, in many cases has led to improvements in biodiversity and improvements in the natural system within these urban green spaces.
Yeah, and it's evident that there's so many different impacts, and you just mentioned that there was also some specific opportunities regarding what you can call the financial or the market conditions. Did some of these garden types or agriculture types you examined, did they adapt to the pandemic, and how did they do it, and what are some lessons of this response we can learn from?
I think many of the spaces adapted in some way or were impacted in different ways. The financial aspects are certainly one of the more clear ways in which different types of spaces were impacted in different ways. And I think, you know, the allotment-based or DIY-based spaces had a considerably lower financial impact. People continued to tend the plots and to grow food for themselves or their families. The one thing that the allotment holders or the allotment associations in both Poland and Germany did highlight was that the communal facilities, the clubhouse or the spaces they would hire out for events obviously weren't available for hire, and so that had a financial impact on the wider allotment associations. But I think the financial impact and the market conditions have also led to an adaptation of the way in which the other types of space, the community-based or urban farm-based spaces, reacted and carried out their activities. And the RUAF blog that's in the chat is a more in-depth sort of conversation around some of the impacts on some of the London spaces. But take, for example, Sutton Community Farm, which is based in South London. And that's a community-supported agriculture stroke community farm who prior to the pandemic spent a lot of their energy on supplying restaurants and high-end restaurants in the city with sort of specific crops. They switched their production quite early on to crops which were more suitable to veg boxes and supplied the local community with veg boxes. I think we've also seen in terms of the financial impact, and this relates in some ways to local or regional or national policies, that kind of picture where many of the farms and gardens who are reliant on grants and trusts survived the pandemic in a better condition than those spaces who were more self-sustainable, so who had a cafe or who had sales of production, because the market just wasn't there for that. And the other thing that I think one of the real changes we've seen and adaptations we've seen is that connection with local community resilience and local community organisations. Certainly in the UK, prior to the pandemic, it was almost impossible for local community-based growers to get food into food banks for various reasons. Food banks hadn't the storage, they hadn't the capacity, couldn't rely on supply. And one of the big, real positive changes that the pandemic's seen is actually now food banks are crying out to get back access to locally produced food, even from small micro-scale sites.
All right, so these impacts conditioning the way that the organization has developed. show also this renewed interest, not only from the civil society, but perhaps also from municipality authorities. So I wonder if you could come up with some examples of how you can see this renewed interest in local food production during the COVID-19, and how some cities provided support for urban agriculture, urban farming at a city level. You have studied and you have interviewed a lot of urban agriculture policy experts, so you have provided some knowledge on these issues.
Yes, sure. I mean, as part of the sort of COVID response deep dive, we interviewed both gardeners and policy stakeholders. And I think it's very fair to say that the response across our study and within the more broader studies is very, very varied, and no one size fits all. I think some municipalities, local authorities have been really positive and really supportive, developing new approaches, but also using the background of the pandemic to re-examine the food system, including urban agriculture. And New York is a particularly good example there of where the city authority has really gone in some depth in re-examining the population's relationship with food. In terms of a specific example, I think there's a great example from the city of Nantes in Western France, where as a result of the pandemic, a city that already had a very wide-ranging urban agriculture sector, including market gardens, micro-farms, allotments, and many other spaces, even including sheep on the campus of the university as a grass control measure. But within its sort of response to the pandemic, the municipality of Nantes set out a plan to develop at least 50 new urban agriculture spaces across the city. And the links again for this are in the chat. And they've advanced this plan with this new set of spaces, both large and small, seeing urban agriculture not just as something that provides food, but also recognizing the added value in terms of social and health and well-being outcomes that we talked about. I think the other thing to mention about local authority response is again financial. And what we've certainly seen is many local authorities providing community support funds and short-term, COVID response grants and pots of money. And I think while these have been absolutely fantastic, particularly with a focus on food justice and food poverty, exacerbated by the pandemic, the short-term nature of these may have a longer-term impact, in so much as may present a shortage of money into the future, money being used up, but also questioning where that continuity comes from in the longer term.
Yeah, and especially this about the long-term impacts of the post-pandemic challenges. You touch upon in your research on the historic parallelities that we can see, and we've also heard today from Argentina and economic crisis, etc. So, do you see that from where we are today, that we have learned something from the COVID crisis that, in a longer term, from a longer term perspective, can have strengthened the resilience of urban agriculture and turned it into being something that will dure on for a longer while, and perhaps also show a new way to conduct urban planning for the future?
That's a lot of questions in one, Trine.
We're short of time.
I mean, I think we've long recognised the value of urban agriculture as a response to crisis, and the response to the pandemic has been no different. We know that we can track changes in GDP with growth and decline of urban agriculture, particularly in community-based settings, and some examples within the US there. We know that urban agriculture increases at times of economic and socio-political crisis. And we also know that urban agriculture has been seen as a response to times of conflict. For example, the Victory Gardens in the US and the Dig for Victory campaign in the UK. I think it's important to remember that even with a national campaign like Dig for Victory or the Victory Gardens, where government and national policy was very much focused on growing food within any spare patch of land, the productive value of that was still sort of in the US about 40%, and in the UK about 35% of the fruit and veg needs, even with all that policy focus. So I think with that caveat, I think the pandemic has certainly brought a lot more focus into urban agriculture, and the fragility of the food chain has certainly woken up a lot of people and encouraged a lot of people to show more interest on a citizen level and on a policy level. But I do think that the challenges are around the multifaceted nature and the clarity, as we've heard this morning, the siloed nature of local authorities, where policy influences in specialist areas often don't grasp the wide-ranging and valuable nature, but also the better preparedness that urban agriculture can give us in terms of community connection, community resilience, but also those challenges around access to land, planning, which all sit within different policy pieces.
And now I can see, thank you very much, Chris. I can see Patricia has entered. So I think we're just about to end up. Is there something, Chris, you would like to, as an end note, say here before I just rise? And there's a question in the chat I can see, but perhaps you will add something before we take that.
I think. Yeah, I mean, I think my summary would be, that COVID has impacted different types of space in many different ways. I think it's highlighted, as that question touches on, the social inequalities and the questions around social justice, food justice, environmental justice, which we all know about, and the importance of green spaces to our urban areas and cities in general. And I think, urban ag has a huge part to play. We just need to get it right and to get that broad understanding out there to people who may not necessarily follow it. I mean, if I can just indulge for one more second or one more minute, I mean, I went into a meeting with the then Director of Public Health in Birmingham about 5 or 6 years ago. And with me went 2 other urban agriculture practitioners, one who ran a social therapeutic garden in the city, and one who was an agroecologist, food grower and broadcaster. And we sat there in front of the Director of Public Health and said, I talked about social inclusion and community cohesion. Caroline talked about health and well-being, and Alice talked about the economic and education and jobs value of food growing. And after an hour, the Director of Public Health sat there and said, "Yep, I get it, but where do I put my money? Where's the focus?" And I think that's a good point, that we need to remember, and has been shown more to be the case through the pandemic.
Yes, and perhaps that's a good bridge to the question in the chat, which is actually about the new crisis coming up with the Ukrainian crisis and the food crisis. So the question is if they are comparable in the view of urban agriculture response. So social inclusion and equalities will also enlighten the social inclusion need and the inequalities that we already have been revealed in this period. So do you see there are any open windows of opportunity that these linkages of multifaceted benefits can be combined in more integrated ways now?
I think there is a window of opportunity with everything that's going on in the world at the present time. I think certainly in the Ukraine example, we're just going to have to wait and see. And Ukraine is also already a huge agricultural producer, and I must admit I have no knowledge of any urban agriculture in Ukraine, even before the current sort of war. But I guess linked to that question, what I come back to is that inequality, renewed interest. We've seen through the pandemic, even in social media and Twitter particularly, tweets and examples from across the world of people wanting to get seeds, of share seeds, of encourage people to grow fruit and veg on their windowsill, in their balcony, at a whole variety of scales. And I think the sort of policymakers in urban areas are starting to get that. I think silos are still an issue, and I think explaining a public health crisis to a planner, to a housing director, to a park keeper is where different approaches are required. But I do think that given everything that's taken place over the last 2 or 3 years and is continuing to do so, if the time isn't right for urban agriculture now, there never will be a better opportunity.
I think that was a very nice way to end this dialogue here, and many apologies for transgressing the time. Patricia.
That's okay. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Trine. As Trine mentioned, there are a series of links indicated on the chat, which you can easily copy and paste onto different pages for you to go back to them whenever you have the chance or the time. Thank you, Trine, and thank you, Chris, again for your time. And we are going now to the next roundtable, chaired by Henk Renting from the Aarhus University of Applied Sciences. Henk, are you there? Can I see Henk? I know he's connected, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Buongiorno. Okay. So Henk, you have a great.
Good?
Yes, we can see you and hear
excellent.
correctly. You have a very interesting and very lively discussion ahead of you with a very interesting panel of speakers. We have Pasquale Di Rubbo from the ECDG Agri, Laurent Bontou from the Joint Research Center of European Commission, Gilles Boé from Boremband, Elisa Porreco from Eurocities, City of Milan, Francesca Galli from the Italian Network of Local Food Policies, and Anna Wiesmann from the Food E-Project. So, yes. Henk, I remind you that we have a limit of 5 speakers at a time on the screen, so you will tell us from time to time who we have to activate or not. Yeah. And the video will be launched by us. Whenever you tell us, we will go ahead with the video. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Patricia. Good afternoon already, everybody. So I will first introduce myself. My name is Henk Renting. I'm a researcher lecturer on urban food systems at Erasmus University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. Within the FUR project, I'm in charge of Work Package 5, which is on EU policies. That will also be the topic of this roundtable today. But before we go to that roundtable, I would first like to give a short introduction. So I'm going to try to share my screen. I hope that's all going to work. Does this work?
It works.
Yes, okay, excellent. So this roundtable is organized in the context of Work Package 5 of the FUR project, which has the title Towards EU Policies and Actions Supporting Urban Agriculture. Policy is, of course, one important element in the FUR project, but it will start later throughout the project. We will get more attention to that. And then there is a focus both on European policies, but also on more local and regional policy arrangements, as we will also see in the sessions this afternoon. I want to say a little bit more on what we are doing in the FUR Work Package 5 on EU policies, and also what are first lessons coming out of that work in progress as a kind of framing for the discussion that we're having now. What we are doing now in Work Package 5 is that we are making at EU level a mapping of relevant areas of action, policy programs and stakeholders. There we come, in fact, to the same conclusion and experience what we also already heard in earlier contributions, like what Guido Santini was already saying. Urban agriculture is often not explicitly recognized in policies in agriculture and urban planning, and that's also something that we can see at the European level, that urban agriculture is often not explicitly mentioned and recognized, and that there is a lot of relevant policy areas, but these are also often fragmented, and there is a lack of policy integration. So that's work in progress. We will come later this year with the results of this mapping, but we wanted to include a roundtable on EU policies in this first conference of FUR, and in this we wanted to focus on one of the emerging areas, one of the emerging policy strategies at European level that has very much already a focus of policy integration, and where there is lots of dynamism going on right now, which is the Farm to Fork strategy. And as an introduction of the Farm to Fork strategy, I would first like to ask the moderator if you can start a short introduction video of the European Union on that.
Yes, we are going to launch the video right now. During the video, I will kindly ask all the speakers to mute your microphones and also deactivate your video cameras if possible. Okay, and you can come back after the video. Thank you very much.
Which do you believe is the most important? To produce enough nutritious, affordable food for every person, or protect the future of our planet? We don't believe we should have to choose. As the European Green Deal sets out to make Europe the world's first climate-neutral continent, Farm to Fork is at its heart. Investing billions of euros into research and technologies, transforming how we produce, distribute, and consume our food for healthy people, healthy societies, and a healthy planet, and at the same time creating new opportunities for consumers, farmers, and the food industry. It's time to reshape tomorrow, to move from an ideal to a reality, from a way of eating to a way of life, from farm to fork. Do you have the appetite for change?
Thank you for this. And we go back to Henk and the roundtable. Henk? Okay.
I was trying to get back to my presentation. Do you see this now? So yes. I wanted to show this, we wanted to start with this video because it's also a little bit a reflection of this situation that I mentioned before. So this is about the farm to fork policy, which clearly has wider policy aims. The people have noticed the video well, have seen that in the video there are several references to situations that we would classify as urban and peri-urban agriculture, vertical farming, box schemes, this type of things. But at the same time, the question is not always clear how urban agriculture is addressed in this policy. So that's maybe a little bit the starting point of this session. As Patricia already said, we've got a very rich roundtable with people both from the European Commission and from different stakeholder organizations. I want to thank in advance all the participants of the roundtable. To start with the discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Pasquale Di Rubo of DG Agri, European Commission. Mr. Pasquale Di Rubo is policy advisor of DG Agri and has been working intensively on the farm to fork strategy. And I would like to invite him to give us a short presentation. Hopefully you can stay within 5 minutes on the main lines of the farm to fork strategy and what is the relevance for urban agriculture. As final remark, I want to give to the participants, the audience, please, we welcome all your questions for the discussion in the chat. Please put it in the chat. We've got people who are monitoring the questions there, and please also then direct the person of the roundtable that you address in your question. I give the floor to Mr. Pasquale Di Rubo, sorry.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm from the Policy Perspective Unit of DG Agri from the European Commission, and indeed we are working very actively on the implementation of the Farm to Fork, the Common Agricultural Policy. And with my presentation, I would like to guide you through some major elements that I hope could be an added value also for your discussion on urban agriculture. I don't see the sharing points. Yeah, thanks. We can indeed move to the second slide. And I think the video that we have just seen, it's really very useful because indeed everything started with a Green Deal and this political project that the European Commission has launched for the years to come. Okay, so I was mentioning the European Green Deal because I think for the first time we are really working all the policy DGs in a direction that it's very clear to reach the climate neutrality by 2050, and that's an objective for all the sectors of the European Union. And this Green Deal objective has become also legally binding with a climate law that has been adopted by the European Parliament and the Council, so the member states, last year. So we have really an obligation and a commitment to deliver in the years to come. And as you can see in this slide, there are different strategies that will be contributing to the Green Deal, from the transport, from the buildings, energy. But today I want to focus a bit more on the farm to fork. And if we go to the following slides, here we see the major overall goals of the farm to fork. So the strategy intends to really accelerate the transition towards more sustainable food systems. Today we already experience the impact of food systems on climate that is responsible for 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emission comes from food systems. Agriculture also plays an important role. So the idea and the objective is to reduce the environmental and climate footprint of the food system. Certainly, this will not be done in our small corner of Europe, but we want to really play an active role also at the global level to ensure a global transition. In that respect, we are really much committed to play a role also at the international level with our trading partners. And we often focus on the cost of this transition, but we are convinced that there are new opportunities, new business opportunities for everyone. And we need to be able to capture, to grasp these opportunities in a way that the transition can be inclusive and can be also just for everyone. And last goal is certainly the resilience. We see today is also with what's going on the global markets and the unfortunate situation in Ukraine shows that really all the food systems are very much interconnected. And our work in these days is to make sure that we can really strengthen the resilience of our food systems to be able to absorb shocks and also to make sure that we can deliver sufficient food for everyone at an affordable price, while of course ensuring a fair price for producers, fair returns for everyone in the transition. If we go to the next slide, you might already be aware of a number of farm-to-fork targets that we have set up in the strategy to make sure that we can monitor the progress in the years to come. First of all, for the reduction of the pesticides. So we intend to reduce by 50% the use of pesticide in Europe, and more particularly the most hazardous pesticides. There is a strong objective to further develop organic agriculture in Europe to achieve the 25% of EU agriculture. Today we are around 8%, so we need to more than double this surface. There is also a lot ongoing on antimicrobial resistance to reduce antimicrobial resistance, nutritional losses, so reduce fertilizers use. We see how fertilizers are costly today, the impacts we see at farm level. So there is a clear objective to reduce fertilizers, improve landscape features and broadband. If we go to the next slide, actually, this is an important slide of the farm to fork because indeed we want to promote an integrated approach where everyone can play a role, and urban agriculture has a role to play in the transition towards more sustainable food systems with the regions, with the member state, with all the different actors of the food system. So that's really a big challenge in front of us to think in a system approach. Then if we go to the next slide, actually, I want to share with you, as you can imagine, there are plenty of initiatives under the Farm to Fork that are currently ongoing, but I want to draw your attention on this horizontal legislation on the sustainability of food systems that the Commission is working on to be presented by end of next year, where we intend to develop some general principles, definitions, minimum requirements of sustainability. And in that respect, we are also reflecting on a new mechanism of governance where also local communities can play a bigger role in the transition towards sustainable food systems. We are also reflecting on a labeling on sustainability of food, covering the 3 dimensions, economic, social, environmental aspects, and also the public procurement. So there is also work ongoing to introduce some green criteria, more sustainable criteria, especially for the canteens of schools, hospitals, and so on. There is, just for your information, a public consultation that will start in April 2022. So really, I invite you to be actively involved because urban agriculture, as I said before, has a role to play also in the framework law to have a proper role in this respect. Then if we go to the other slides on the common agricultural policy, we are now negotiating with member states the approval of the strategic plans, of the national strategic plans that will be adopted starting from 2023 next year from member states. And in the common agricultural policy, it's true that it's mainly addressing farmers across member states, but there are a number of measures which will be very helpful also for supporting urban agriculture. In that respect, it comes to my mind the cooperation activities where we can really support knowledge exchange, exchange of good practices, bringing really people together. And that's a tool of the Common Agricultural Policy together with the European Innovation Partnerships. Also investment on infrastructures that can help indirectly urban agriculture to connect to rural areas, development of short supply chains, local markets. So all these aspects are part of the new Common Agricultural Policy, and member states have also a responsibility to make the best use of this policy. Then if we go to the last slides, I want to share with you this very important project that the colleagues from JRC have done on the farmers of the future. So we have done really an exercise to see how the role of farmers will be evolving in 2040. And with this picture here, I want to show really the challenge we have in place to make sure that all these forms of agriculture will coexist in future. And you can clearly see also urban farmer will play a bigger role also in future, together with corporate farmers, with more adaptive farmers, intensive farmers. So our challenge indeed is to make sure that we can make really the best use of the different forms of agriculture, where everyone can find the best business model that could fit to their local needs. And in that spirit, the European Commission is very much committed to ensure that there is this diversity of agriculture, because diversity is the first thing to make sure that we have resilient food systems in place. So with that, I conclude my presentation and I give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Rubo. And indeed, thank you for clarifying anyway, also how you see the role of urban agriculture in the Farm to Fork and linked to CAP. And it's clear that even though it's maybe not often explicitly mentioned, that this role is very much there, and also to develop further, for example, in the framework law. And it's also very fascinating to see this picture of the farm landscape. And maybe, I'm not sure if you were already there, but this morning we also made an exercise, like a kind of poll on what kind of farm types can you imagine linked to urban agriculture. And in fact, many of these types that are included in the picture, of course, the urban farmer, but also the patrimonial farmer, which also in the context of urban regions can be related to heritage, or the social care farmer, or the controlled environmental farmer. They could all be part of urban agriculture also. So thank you very much for this, and I would like to continue with the other contributors, and towards the end of the session we will certainly come back with questions for you, and maybe you can also respond on the other people. I would like to ask now Mr. Laurent Bontou to join us. Maybe the people from the technical support can put him. I will stop presenting. Hello, Laurent.
Okay, then I think that while we try to sort out the problems with Laurent, we could go to the next guest, Henk.
Yes, maybe Michiel, is it okay that you step in? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bouet, thank you.
So we've got also some people from different stakeholders and local institutions. Giel Boy joins us. He's working for the Boerenbond, the Belgian Farmers Union. He's their international policy advisor. And I would like Giel to maybe reflect also from the perspective of a farmers union, which mostly has a background in more traditional rural farming, you might say, but who also, now you see all these things happening around development of urban agriculture, potential role of urban and peri-urban agriculture. What is the perception in an organization like Boerenbond on the potential role of urban agriculture?
So thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we hear you great.
Okay, then I'm more lucky than my predecessor.
Yes.
So hi to everyone following this interesting session, and thank you, Chair, to give this opportunity to us to share our thoughts on urban agriculture. So as you very nicely introduced me, I'm Giel Boey, International Policy Advisor at Boerbond, the Belgian Farmers Union. So firstly, Henk, I would like to draw a small map for those who are following this session to show you the context we are farming in Flanders and why it's important for us to invest in or to think about urban agriculture to have it in our work and in what we do as Boerbond. So Flanders has a most beautiful rural area. That's not a problem. Rural area, countryside with large open spaces and beautiful landscapes. But Flanders also has its challenges in the context of urbanization. So most farms, to just give you an example, most farms are closer than a few hundred meters to its neighbors. So it's not that they're kilometers away from the villages, or kilometers away from cities. Even some farms don't even need a car to get to the center of Brussels and visit Manneken-Pis, to just give you an example. So I know a young farmer who is literally 15 kilometers out of the center of Brussels, and Brussels is also a quite big city in terms of Flanders. So I think that maps a bit how our agriculture is structured here in Flanders. So in that context, Boerbond sees the development of 3 types of urban agriculture to give you that overview. So we see new, innovative and hyper-efficient food production fitted into the city. So really fitted into the city on small places, hyper-intensive, maybe even in a controlled environment like we just saw, a bit like vertical farming. So we also see new and innovative food production in the city with a clear focus on the opportunity of being as close as possible to its consumer. So as I told you, all farms are quite close to the consumer, but farms that are really fitted into the city as well to really be as close as possible to the consumer, and for example, bring around its products by bicycle. And the third thing we see, and that's last but not least in that sense, farms who are close to the cities, peri-urban farms who try to keep its place and space. So that's also very important for us, that those farms are really in the context, in the vicinity of the city, who are peri-urban farms, that they are mentioned as well, because they have opportunities, for example, but they also could be threatened by it, by an expanding city. So Boerbond invests very much in urban agriculture by investigating and support new agricultural business models. And my colleague Neil Lauwers, who is very much involved in the project, is the expert on this. And this goes broader than just urban agriculture, but is also a part of it. So urban agriculture is a part of those new business models, new opportunities, new business branches on conventional farms. And I think the needs and the opportunities of urban agriculture are a part of the exercise my colleague in that sense is making because of the urbanization in Flanders. So, for example, during COVID, and it was also mentioned by previous speakers, during COVID, we could see consumers had more time or became more interested in on-farm purchases. But it could perfectly be a conventional family farm that provided cheese, meat, milk, or plants to its neighbors because they are always close to a village or a city. So that's a bit the context where we are farming here in Flanders. I just wanted to make one point very clear, and it's not that you meant to highlight that fact, but I want to make sure that Boerbond is in that sense not remembered as a traditional organization. No. So we have a long history, but I want to, in the context also of urban agriculture, I want to mention that despite our long history, we never invested more in innovation, research, and also in cooperation with other stakeholders, like an innovation cell that has more than 20 people. We have in-house expertise on agroecology, for example, also cooperatives or cooperation between farmers. So that's also interesting, I think, in what previous speakers told us. We also invest in startups active in agriculture, and that's how we link also to the farm to fork strategy. Yeah. For example, a startup that has new plant protection products, and we even fund research. So we're very traditional in the sense that we're a historical organization in that way, but we invest a lot in innovation, and urban agriculture is a part of it.
Yeah, no, certainly I did not want to, how do you call it, mention the Boerenbond, the traditional organization. Quite the contrary, I think that you are very open to these new developments, and but I think it's important to also to realize that maybe in the past, urban agriculture and rural agriculture sometimes were seen as a kind of contradiction, while, as you mentioned, in many places, it's more or less, well, you need to relate to the city. Also, as a farmer in a city region context, you need to relate to the city. So urban agriculture is also part of this tendency that is happening in urbanized areas, which Flanders is, of course, a very good example, but in the Netherlands or big parts of Germany, I think it's very similar. Maybe one additional question, Giel, if you start looking at measures of farm to fork, I know that you also have been involved in policies in Flanders, also the National Strategic Plan for the CAP. Could you maybe indicate one or two examples of measures that you think are very relevant for urban agriculture?
Well, because of the fact, so there are a lot of opportunities for urban agriculture, and I don't go too far to seeing the timeline, but I think we also have some needs for our urban agriculture, for our agriculture that is next to cities, or peri-urban agriculture. And this is indeed where policy should and could compensate or mitigate the effects of those needs. And I think what is important and what our needs is that urban agriculture or peri-urban agriculture get a clear and confirmed place in and around cities. So conventional farmers, but also new types of farming, needed space, needed access to land, for example. We need actually clear rules to protect those farmers and to have them in their place, because they also provide for the opportunities like the maintenance of the landscape of open rural areas around cities. So that is one of the things. I think, like you mentioned, there shouldn't be an opposition between urban areas and rural areas, but then I refer again to the opportunities that are there. For example, more circular models, or reconnecting the farm to fork, or for example also bring new insights to the whole sector, like we have for example the vertical farming or the controlled environment farms. And this is where I think where we also have to mention, because it's important, the fair economical share in the chain. So I think the economy, the economical aspect is important for all farmers, so definitely also for urban farmers in any kind of model. And I think that is where farm to fork should build in some guarantees. We look to farm to fork as an opportunity, but we have to be guaranteed as farmers, as primary producers, that we also have that fair share in the chain, and that's based on, for example, viable alternatives to the agro inputs that are challenged, but also a fair trade policy, also research development, and I think, and it's also mentioned by the colleague speaker of the Commission, the diversity of farms. That is a big or an important point that has to be really seen as an asset in the framework of our farm to fork policy, in a way that we need all farming models to have a viable food system, I think. And then the CAP, so that's for the farm to fork strategy. So some guarantees, some more certainty to attract new farmers is needed in the entrepreneurial context that they work. But then for the CAP, indeed, I followed up the National Strategic Plan in Flanders, and I think also the CAP can play a role. It's not that the CAP is one with farm to fork. It's not that the CAP can solve everything, but the CAP can play a role in keeping farming models diverse, and also work towards more sustainable farming models and farming sector. And for example, we could do this, for example, through the direct support, through eco schemes, through AECMs and all of that, but also, for example, investment support. And Flanders is really implementing, or is wanting to implement, a new type of investment support for new innovative and sustainable farming models. So if you want to start a new innovative model, or if you want to reorientate your farm that you already have towards some kind of model, or partially towards some kind of innovative and sustainable model, Flanders will try to, or is willing to give investment support for that through the CAP. And I think those ideas are very interesting to really give the CAP its role as the engine, as the supporter of more sustainable future for farmers, but also give it a role to give a chance to, for example, new farming models like we could see in the framework of urban agriculture. So those were the two examples I wanted to mention. And the third thing is, I think, is professionality. I also mentioned the exchange of numbers and benchmarks, and I think professionality is also very important. important to have.
Okay, thanks a lot for this contribution, Giel. I'm looking also at technical support. Can I
Yes,
call
Henk,
in?
Henk,
Yes.
can I update you on that? Our technical team are in touch now with Laurent Bontou, trying to sort out the problem. It's a matter of settings of his computer. So if you wish to go to the next speaker while they sort out the problems with Laurent. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. And I ask then Francesca Galli to come in.
Okay.
Hi, Francesca.
Hi, Hank. Hi, everybody.
Let me shortly introduce Francesca. Francesca is a researcher at the University of Pisa, but she's also here especially today as a member of the Italian Network for Local Food Policies, a network of researchers, practitioners, all working on local food issues. And I would like to ask Francesca, especially if you can tell us something about experiences with local food policies and cities, urban agriculture in Italy, and what would be the lessons of that for European policy?
Thank you, Hank. When I received your invitation, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
When I received your invitation, I tried to measure myself with the big question. So how does the farm to fork relate to urban agriculture? And in fact, it was an interesting exercise because my research activity in the past years has been addressing food systems from different angles. And the food system approach, which we have heard about and we will hear more later perhaps, is the approach that's interesting both for the farm to fork and for local food policies. And it's quite groundbreaking in my view. Even though the name farm to fork is quite linear, we are also interested in the relations between the fork and the farm. So all the feedbacks implied. So again, we heard that the connection between the farm to fork and the role of cities is not so evident. And in my research experience, I focused for a while on rural-urban connections. So as the previous speaker was mentioning, this rural-urban opposition becomes a focus for synergies. So looking for how policies can support these synergies. And I must say that urban agriculture is a repository of good ideas on practices, of experiments that enhance the diversity of food systems, which is a property that we really care about to increase the resilience. So in terms of objectives, so how can urban food policies, urban agriculture improve or contribute to farm to fork? This is a huge research agenda, which implies asking what is the contribution, what can be the contribution of urban agriculture to climate change adaptation, to sustainable production, and to healthy diets, among the other objectives. So my first reflection relates to if and how can we identify a role, a space for visibility for policies in general, and what is necessary to enhance the space of visibility. And in my view, there are two things that are essential. The first one is the narrative that's built around urban agriculture, and that relates to how urban agriculture links to the objectives. And the second one is representation. So how do we represent urban agriculture in relation to all the actors, the activities, the processes, and the outcomes of food systems? And linking to my direct research experience, which is taking place in Tuscany, in a small city called Lucca, in the central part of Tuscany. This is a small area with small cities, but which I also think it's interesting because we also want to look at the medium size, not only at the huge urban centers, not only at the micro experience, but also at the mid level in terms of size of cities. And in this laboratory, which we call the Living Lab for the peri-urban and plain area of Lucca, we were looking at several things. For instance, on the side of lifestyles and consumption, we were looking at how the food environment is shaped. Because I see that the food environment is a clear link between the farm to fork and local food policies and urban agriculture. So understanding the food environment is a key research question. And we tried to assess that, particularly during the pandemic time, to see what's in the territory, to what extent it is accessible, so local food production, and how it relates to healthy behavior and lifestyles, and how do we measure that to make that visible for the local food policy, which is developing there. On the opposite, the other key point, key focus for us is understanding the difficulties that peri-urban and urban producers experience, which were mentioned in the previous talk. So that is access to land and fragmentation, so a kind of gray area where farmers feel quite abandoned. The second point relates to how to valorize the product that's produced in the urban and peri-urban area. So how to make it, how to build the transparency necessary for the consumer. And the third point is a wider aspect which concerns how to involve the communities. The local food policy in LUCA has these three focuses, to which there are several answers. And these answers depend on the context, but also depend on the policy instruments that you have and the governance arrangements that you can explore if you give space. So, for instance, in relation to the access to land, we were very much involved with urban planners who have a responsibility, but also need adequate instruments to see the value of that land in terms of assessment of ecosystem services, for instance. Another point relates to the role of supply and demand of land. So building a local land bank, which allows to make this connection, because there is unabandoned land that could be used. And so we need to make a link with the people or the farmers who are willing to use that land. The other point relates to the valorization of product. So we were trying to understand how participatory guarantee systems may work in alternative to conventional certification systems, which are too much of a burden for small producers. And what else? The role of communities. So in terms of governance instruments, we have this tool in Italy, which is called Community Partnership for the valorization of agrobiodiversity, which is spreading not only in the area which I'm studying, but all around Tuscany and Italy as well. We have seen in the past few years a multiplication of these attempts to involve the communities and also to remunerate the communities, including farmers, in the safeguard of the territory. They play a role in that sense. So I'm aware I throw a lot of things on the table. I hope.
No, but I think these are very interesting examples, Francesca, and I would maybe also take the liberty to say that maybe one of the lessons of this is, on the one hand, looking for connections between different parts of the food systems, what at local level maybe often is more apparent, or sometimes is more apparent, but also to look for instrumentation and good governance arrangement to put that into practice, because without that you can make all kind of nice goals, but how to put them into practice also. Would you, on the basis of your local experience, would you be able to identify maybe other lessons for farm to fork if you translate this to a European level?
I think that there is a reciprocal connection between the farm to fork and the local food policies. So local food policies may need the farm to fork to gain a better framework at the European level, but vice versa, the farm to fork can learn a lot by looking at how local food policy work around Europe, because so they get the inputs and the right examples for the implementation. So it goes both ways.
It goes both ways. Thanks a lot, Francesca, for your contribution. I hope you can still stay around for maybe if we later on have questions. And I'm again going to ask.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Laurent.
Bye.
I hear you speaking. Do you hear us?
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, I would like Laurent then maybe to say us shortly something and say a little bit on his background. Laurent Bontou is a senior policy scientist at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, especially with a lot of experience in foresight studies. Laurent has been very strongly engaged in a project done by GRC together with the different DGs involved in Farm to Fork on how to put into practice what are concepts of sustainable food system. Laurent, maybe you can say a little bit more on the approach of that project, and also maybe on the basis of that project, what would come up as important principles for food system policies.
Thank you very much, Hank. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So, yes, actually the presentation from Pasquale Di Rubbo was actually very pertinent for this case, because we actually performed a study last year to support this work under the Farm to Fork strategy for the preparation of this legislative framework for sustainable food systems. And we've taken an approach which was very inclusive of 44 experts from different parts of the food system that represented, academia, primary producers, industry, policy, member states, international organizations, business. So we had a really very broad group of people on which we built our collective intelligence process to try and reflect on what would be the key elements that would be necessary to make a successful legislative framework to deal with such a complex issue as sustainability. So there's a sense of urgency that emerged very, very fast, in the discussion in terms of how fast we need to engineer this transition towards sustainability, because the current trends are very worrying. And there are 5 key building blocks, concepts that emerged in terms of what would have to be covered to have a successful regulatory framework. First building block is the building of a strong sustainability assessment framework. And for this, we looked beyond the 3 usual dimensions of sustainability, the environmental, economic, and social. And we wanted to add resilience, because that emerged as a very particular point. We wanted to look at this very specifically. And also looking at the ethics of sustainability. So just going beyond the traditional social factors, and skills discussions, but also, the just and fair transition that Pasquale was mentioning in the Green Deal. This is recognized specifically in the assessment framework we started to develop. Another point that came up very important is transparency. The food system is broad, long ramifications, many actors, and in order to manage it well, you need to have data about everything. And so it's important that everybody contributes all the data that they can to the system, and everybody can use from the system all the data that they need to manage towards sustainability. So transparency is a key actor. Dealing with the consequences of the transition. This is a profound transition which is starting to happen. It's going to make winners and losers, and we have to make sure that we take care of the losers so that they are not becoming a block on the transition towards sustainability. Policy coherence and multi-level governance. So policy coherence is something that Pasquale already, mentioned. You've seen how many policy areas are involved, in the transition, and all this has to work together. But also, and we've heard that from some of the previous speakers, the coherence of the governance between the different levels of governance is going to be crucial. So everything is going to have to happen on the ground at a very local level. But all the principles and the overall, policy architecture also has to work at the European level. And so all the different layers, have to be working together for a good governance. And then finally, and that's something also that emerged in the previous presentations, the European food system is very connected to the international trade. And so, working with the international trade for sustainable food systems beyond Europe is going to be also very, very important. So that's something. These are the key points that I think are worth mentioning now, and that will require the strong inclusion of all the stakeholders to make all that work.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Laurent, for this insights. And well, maybe I want to challenge you also to maybe say something on what this means for policy practice, because of course these are quite ambitious policy principles. It's maybe even another way of working on policy, and I don't think it's a secret. You said yourself already, there's a lot of fragmentation between different departments within Europe. How do you see that future development of this type of principles within Farm to Fork?
I think that we have to start from a systems approach from the start. It's no longer enough that every actor just continues to operate within their own, very limited area. I think it's really important that the connections between the different parts of the system, are apparent and also understood by all the actors in the system. Everybody has to understand where they fit in and what their contribution is. So the systems approach, I think, is very important for the coherence. So that will require, of course, the transparency that I was mentioning, previously. So you will have to have an infrastructure, that allows to collect and share the information, and the data that everybody needs to make this work on the ground. This, of course, will require inclusiveness, as I was just mentioning. Everybody must feel part of this, and that covers, also the urban farmers. This is really something that is going to go through all the multiple dimensions and forms of agriculture. You were talking about the 12 different forms of farmers of the future. This is something that has to reach everybody. So everybody has to feel part of the system and understand where they fit in.
Yeah.
And of course, we should never forget the consumer. Pasquale in his diagram put the consumer really at the core. So the consumer will have to have a major role, because they will have to, the whole food system is there to serve the consumer. But the consumer also has to be able to push back and understand what is sustainable, what's healthy, in order to also be a contributive, positive factor in this transition. And so the consumer has to really remain connected to all these initiatives. And finally, I think the final point is robust monitoring and evaluation. Of course, this transition is going to be very complex. We need to know that we are going in the right direction. So we will need to be able to assess, where we are on the road to sustainability along the way. And that's going to be very important.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for this contribution, Laurent. And I also, it's very striking, and for me to see that how your principles and the thinking from food system policies within Farm to Fork, how this resonates with also the things that are developing more bottom up. And I think it's very much true what you say, that it should be like a shared direction, and think on how we can further develop this in terms of governance and also instrumentation of policies. Thanks a lot. And I would like to shift directly now also to someone who has maybe more this city perspective. Thank you very much. And I would ask Elisa Porecua if she can join us. Hello, Elisa. Elisa, I'll introduce you shortly. Elisa is from the city of Milan, where she works as a food policy officer, and is also involved in the European project within Horizon 22 Food Trails. And Elisa also speaks now on behalf of the Eurocities, the Eurocities Working Group Food. Initially, Andrea Magarini would join us, but he fell sick yesterday. So Elisa, also very much thanks for stepping in at this very last moment. I would first maybe like to ask you, shifting this perspective to the level of the city, what, from the perspective of a city like Milan, do you see as the relevance of urban agriculture?
Thank you, Hank. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you well.
Perfectly. And yes, thank you. I'm here also on behalf of Andrea Magarini, that is, of course, the food policy coordinator of the city of Milan. And I work also in the food policy office of the city. And yeah, today is also the occasion to address the fact that Milan is also the chair of the working group food inside the Eurocities network. And maybe it's worth saying just very few words about why Milan is in this position. And it's a path that started many years ago, in which there was a big APEX in 2015 with the expo that happened here, and that gave a great input both at local level with the launching of the local food policy, and at the international level with the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, that is a pact among mayors that are committed to make their food system more sustainable. And in this framework, we have been carrying out also the work with the Eurocities network, and that's a very, very different range of cities that are willing to participate and to share among each other and to build partnership, and for European project, but also for knowledge exchange in general, to learn and to better their experience and their actions in their context. And this is very, this is a very important occasion to speak for us as a city, and also bringing this whole role of all these cities that are very active and are implementing extremely interesting actions all around Europe. And that's because really acknowledging that cities are not only the place where things are happening, but that local authorities have a very strong potential to participate and to drive the goals that the Commission is setting for the next years. That's really important from our perspective, and that's the first step to actually get to the multi-level and integrated governance of the food system that we all aim at. I think that in this case it's relevant for us to share a bit some actions that we've been implementing in Milan. And in particular, the overall context is that Milan is surrounded by an agricultural park, which is of course a very important framework in which to establish efficient urban agriculture actions. But also what Milan created and launched back in 2014 is also a governance tool based on agricultural districts. So smaller associations of farmers and companies that are in the urban and peri-urban area and metropolitan scale, and establishing a permanent roundtable between the regional authority that is also managing the European funds for agriculture, the metropolitan authority, the municipality, and these different districts, agricultural districts, was a turning point for our area and for the discussion that we can carry out with people that are the first actors that really are implementing actions in the rural space. At the same time, of course, the city has the perspective also of a buyer, because of course, for a public authority, the public procurement, and this is something very important to always keep in mind, that cities all around Europe, but I think everywhere, are buying a lot of food. And that's really important to understand how we can also reach that 25% of organic production in Europe.
It's a very strong tool that can be used. Yeah.
Because cities can actually orient the, let's say, the overall need of that kind of products, and they can do it much faster maybe than the consumer can do, because in that case you have to provide also some sort of education on this kind of topics. And in Milan, we also launched a pilot project a few years ago that exploited the measure 16 of cooperation in the framework of the CAP. And that was a very efficient instrument to gather not only the farmers, of course, and the support of some consulting that could provide the innovation part in the establishing of short supply chains, but also the near local authorities in the metropolitan scale. So integrating this relationship to create new short supply chains for school canteens in Milan. And that is allowing, for example, children in Milan to only eat rice that is cultivated either inside the city, because we have agricultural land inside the city, but in alternative in the very peri-urban area. So it's not an easy process because it's very time consuming, of course, but that's one of our priorities as a city in our food policy. And it's really that part of the systemic approach is to keep working, even if it's not easy in the beginning, and it's requiring a lot of mediation with the priorities that are always very different for the different kind of factors.
Yeah. Thank you very much for these examples, Elisa, and I think it also makes very clear how this the Milan example and experience makes very clear how strong this potential can be, because the public procurement in Milan is really a very developed sector. I've seen something like 17,000 meals per day, and also that on the basis of this approach you are developing almost 20 new supply chains around the city. So it really shows also how this can be like a lever for strengthening the connections between the city and the agriculture around the city and in urban and peri-urban areas. Thanks for this contribution. I'm a little bit with the time. We are delayed, and I asked all people to bear with us. We've still got one very interesting speaker that I do want to give the floor. Thank you, Elisa.
Thank you.
I would like to turn to Anna Wiesmann. I hope Anna is still there.
Still here.
Yes, because I think you've got another speech soon at 2 o'clock, or not? So let's go to business, and I will introduce Anna shortly. Anna works for another Horizon 2020 project called Food-E, which is also about urban agriculture and working with living labs. She does that from the Institute of Urban and Regional Development in Dortmund. Correct? Dortmund, huh? Yeah. And Anna is also, I must say, she's very experienced in local food systems, food policy councils, etc. in Germany. So I would like Anna to reflect maybe also on the basis of your experience in Germany, and also on the experience of Food-E. What would you consider important contributions of urban and peri-urban agriculture to Farm to Fork goals, to wider societal goals?
Yes, thank you, Henk. Actually, in the Food-E project, and also in the previous work when I was working with food policy councils, we were using, I mean, we were talking about urban agriculture, but we were mostly referring to systems. So in the Food-E project, we're using the term city region food systems, or you might hear regional food system, or the German version of that, which I think points us to some extent to the scale and to the importance of what we're talking about. So if we envision that, I mean, if you're looking at what we have now, the food system that we have now, and also the situation in Europe, we have a majority of the population already living in towns and cities. The normal way of providing food or of accessing food is through a system that is based on maximum distance. And if we're envisioning that in the future city region food systems and food provision from urban and peri-urban agriculture is going to play a significant role in terms of quantity, that those people living in towns and cities are going to get a large part of their food from their immediate surroundings. Then we are talking about a major transformation. We are not talking about a reform. We are really at the scale of a societal transformation, I would say, because we are really talking about changing the basic logics of the current food system. And for that kind of change, for an actual transformation to happen, we do need policy that is working or aiming at that scale. We also need engagement of all actors involved, and that includes, of course, all levels of government, and it includes all actors in the food value chain. And very importantly, it includes civil society, and to some extent in the role of consumers, but I think much more importantly in the role of citizens. Yeah. So what we need is food citizenship or food democracy. And I think cities or city regions are the site for that kind of civic engagement to take place. Of course, we also have highly organized civic engagement through various civil society organizations at the level of the national government or in Brussels, for example, but that is not something that most of us who are not advocacy professionals are able to engage with the food system and with the transformation of the food system. So I think this means that the cities as a place, as a regional or as a geographical scale, have a very important role to play. A lot of the innovation that needs to happen, because we're talking about a systems transformation, it's not mostly technical innovation that we need. I would say we also need some of that, but we are mostly right now, what we will need is social, political and economic innovation. And I do think some of that is already happening. And I think this will also be developed, a lot of this will be developed in settings that can bring all actors together, and where you can make connections or remake connections. As I said at the beginning, we have this system that is based on maximum disconnection in a way. So this both applies to the social aspect of it. We have maximum distance between producer and consumer in the physical sense, but also in a mental sense. There is typically no way of knowing the other as a person, but also the condition and the situation of the other. And also we have physical disconnect in the sense of having broken pretty much every nutrient loop that there is, resulting from a globalized system. So closing those physical loops and remaking connections, it comes down to some extent to getting to know each other and then being able to work together. And that I see very much happening at the city or regional level.
Yeah. Thanks, Anna. And I wanted to ask you one more question. I mean, if I listen to all the different contributors until now, there is very much this feeling we need to work from a system approach. Different actors should be involved, but also different scale levels should be involved. I know that you have quite some experience in Germany working with regions and cities, trying to bring those things together, but there are also sometimes challenges in terms of what are competences of cities, what are fragmentation of instruments. Could you say something on that? Maybe both in terms of a good example of how you could create that coherence, or maybe also where things sometimes break up because of this fragmentation.
So generally, we've had a lot of examples, and tellingly, I think a lot of them were from Italy, where we hear about cities engaging in this whole field of food policy making, or in engaging in making change in the food system, and it is happening, and it is happening all across Europe. But at the same time, it's a relatively new field of policy to engage in for cities, even in Italy. You do have different timescales. Some countries are further along or have a longer track record than others, but compared to other sort of core competences of cities like transport or housing, food policy is a very new area. Mm-hmm. So they don't tend to have, or as a rule, most European cities don't have a dedicated department, for example, for food and agriculture. And most people would also be surprised if you suggested that, while having a department of transport or housing is a basic thing that all cities share. So what they do right now is that if they want to engage in food policy, they typically use their existing structures, both for making and implementing policies, and they can do a lot already through the youth or school departments, purchasing departments, land offices, and then you can address various parts of the system. And we've had quite a few examples of that already, like the Agri-Park and policy around school food and public purchasing. Things, especially public purchasing, is something that German cities are also focusing on. But if you then want to go to the more of a systemic level and look at the whole picture and try and address that, I would say one small example might be from Cologne, where you have a food policy council that has been active since 2016, initiated by civil society. And the Food Policy Council, together with the City Council, co-hosted a participatory process of creating a food strategy. So this was a way of actors from the food value chain, from, for example, also the surrounding districts where most of the agricultural production is actually located, and also from civil society to engage with this topic for the first time, actually, and to come together in this constellation for the first time. And the outcome of that was a policy document with a sort of general vision and naming the important policy fields, not yet very detailed, because what they also realized was that they didn't have all the detailed information about the regional food system to formulate detailed policies. So the next step that is happening right now is a detailed study of the food system in terms of production, supply, flows of goods, and infrastructure. So I think those are things that can be done already in and by cities under the conditions that we currently have. But at the same time, cities, as I said, their traditional role, it wasn't in food policy and in food provision. Yeah. So I think if that outlook changed, then there would be way more possibilities.
But there's a need to further develop these arrangements and also the instruments how to do that.
There's for example, if you then go into developing concrete projects between a city and its surrounding rural districts, they would have to apply to different funding structures. Yeah, it's difficult to have joint up thinking and joint up action if you don't have instruments that support that. So that's just one example of where the city or urban-rural logic is getting in the way.
Yeah, then we go back to the traditional fragmentation and divisions. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks a lot, Anna. We need to stop here. I see Patricia is also concerned about the time. I totally agree, and I also want to apologize that we have this delay. We were hoping to make the session also more interactive, but at the same time, I think that we had a very rich contribution from the different speakers. So I want to thank all the speakers for your contribution. I'm also very delighted to see how these different contributions align, how the European perspective of looking at food systems as a framework for a very important role of urban agriculture is there, and how this very much resonates with things that are happening bottom up from cities and from regions. So I think that is really a direction that will grow, and in which the place of urban agriculture in the coming time will also become more concrete. And I hope that we will get back with further activities of the FER project on that debate and that dialogue as well. So thanks a lot, and I want to give back the floor to Patricia.
Okay, thank you, Henk. Thank you to all your guests for this very interesting session. Certainly a lot of food for our thoughts and for on the table, literally speaking, basically. So things have been done, but a lot of things cannot still be done. So there is a lot of work to do, for what I gather from your speakers and your guests, that I'm sure this conference, as we wanted and we said at the beginning of the conference, is supposed to be the starting point for these kind of discussions on the next steps to do in this direction. Thank you. Well, thank you all of you. We are going now to have our deserved lunch break. Yes. And we will come back in 45 minutes approximately, if that is possible. It will be a quick lunch, but that is to allow not to accumulate too much delay for the afternoon sessions. So 45 minutes from now, which is at 2:25, 2:20 to 25, more or less. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if the first guest, Alessandro Rossi, is online. Is he connected to the platform? Ah. Hello, buon pomeriggio Alessandro. Hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Okay. So I welcome Alessandro Rossi from Mammut Film, partner of the FOA project. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And Alessandro will show us a series of videos which he will himself introduce to us. So thank you, and the floor is yours, Alessandro.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you to everybody. I'm here as a representative of Mammut Film, and Mammut Film is a strange partner in this project because it is a production company based in Bologna, in Italy. And Mammut Film produce mostly documentary films. So why we are here as a partner of FOA? We are here because I would say since 2010, 2011, we dedicate a large part of our creative and productive job in filming and taking part of projects devoted to urban horticulture, agriculture, urban farming, community gardens. And the reason of this strange attitude for a documentary production company is that we shooted a documentary in 2012 titled God Save the Green, and that movie was, we could say, very successful in the documentary field in Italy, but not only in Italy. It has been distributed and it is still distributed all over the world in theater and TV stations, and most important, I would say, it is used as a case study for a direct approach to urban farming inside university courses or inside primary, secondary, and high schools in Italy and in Europe. So we are proud of this, and from that starting point, we keep on working on farming, but not from a scientific point of view, not even from a farmer point of view, but from a filmmaker point of view. So we shooted a lot of plots, allotments, experience, community gardens in different part of Europe, but not only Europe. And as a company, we have been partner of a couple of projects in European projects in this subject. But I'm not here to talk only about Mammut. This is just to explain why we are here as a filmmaker. But I think it's a good idea to open up the field to different experiences in every field. In this project, we take under our wing the video contents of the project and the website. I would share with you the website because I share the screen, and I would share this.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so this is a FUA website, and I show you this for three main reasons. This is the homepage. The homepage is composed by different parts. One I will show you in a few minutes is this one. This is an appetizer video that we realized as a Mammut film. The news section, in which you can see everything that the project is taking into consideration and it's developing. The map, as Daniel this morning explained, is very important because from here you can explore the full map of the different experience all over Europe, the case studies. And the most important thing is underneath, because under the social network, you can subscribe to our newsletter. So if you want to be informed of what is going on in FUA, you can subscribe from here. And everything is very clear. It's a simple website, but it's very important because one of the point of FUA is to go beyond the people devoted to urban agriculture, but to explore different experiences. So to get involved people from different backgrounds, not only professor, not only researcher, but also normal people who want to understand what is going on in urban farming in their own country. I will show the first video. First video is the appetizer video, and we decided not to shoot an appetizer video, but to use graphic, 2D graphic, to obtain the same result that I was explaining right now. So to approach with an immediate touch normal people, everyone. So we use a humoristic tone and a very simple animation. So please, you can go with the first video.
Thank you, Alessandro. You have to deactivate also your microphone and your video camera as well during the video. Thank you.
La la la, ya ha, ha ha, la la la.
Let's make our city better with urban agriculture. Come on, join us!
Welcome back, Alessandro. The floor is yours.
So I hope you enjoyed it. It's as you have seen, it's a very simple video. The idea was to have it simple, to have it a clear message that is everybody alone can't do anything, and so we need to be together to transform our city in a better place. And this is the message of our forum in a way. And the reason why we decide to keep it simple is not only because of the message, but because we decided to have two different levels in our project. One is the FUA official videos, and this is an official video of a FUA, and it has to have a special creative approach, but we have also a different video line in our project, and it's very important, this part, because it's created and realized directly by farmers, by stakeholders, by people involved in the fields. And we called this section, and it's a section that we hope we will implement in next months, video diaries, and it's composed by small clips, filmed, written, filmed, realized, edited, and created directly by people on the fields of their own project. We, as Mammut Film only gave some suggestions, some hints to these filmmakers to compose for the better their short diary. And we think this is a very important part of our project, because we all need to communicate what we were doing to other people. And as you know better than me, images, video, stills are the first step of communication nowadays, because we use video every day to show everything of our life. So we need to keep it in mind that we have to give attention to the kind of video we produce and we release. So we think that video diary are the beginning of a road to better understanding how to film our own projects. And I have nothing more to add. And now we will show you some video diaries. One is from Bulgaria, two from Belgium, and another one from Rome. And they're very short, they're not all the same, they are very different, and in the way they are shooted and they're realized, they tell also the story of the people that did them. Because filming is how you film, how you tell your story, how you tell your experience is the first way to communicate yourself. So I hope you like them, and I hope you come back often to our website and you use our website to spread our forum the more you can. Thank you very much. Let's go with the other video, the 4 video diaries.
Lo affettiamo un po', che dici? Il pane e il fichi, fichi e pane. Ci stanno? Fichi e pane.
Ci sono ancora in frigo le...
Значи, добре дошли в нашата пермакултурна ферма Beautiful, където работим заедно с природата, не се борим с нея. Ето тук на това табло сме показали колко много неща ни правим при нас. Не орем, не копаем, не плевим, не пръскаме и не торим. Защото всъщност така сме организирали цялата градина, че да създадем една естествена екосистема, която да се саморегулира и да няма нужда от всички тези неща, които по принцип се правят в конвенционалното земеделие. И целта е да се създаде една естествена екосистема, която копира гората като такава естествена екосистема. И за тук са принципите и етиките в пермакултурата. Пермакултурата има 3 етики: грижа за земята, грижа за хората и грижа за бъдещето. Като принцип е, че всеки, който се занимава с пермакултура, трябва да ги спазва. Аз на децата обяснявам, че етика е това, което човек прави, когато никой не го гледа. Така че с всички действия, които предприемаме тук в градината, трябва да съобразяваме тези 3 неща. На екосистема. И ето ги тук взаимоотношенията пък между растенията. И в градината, както и при хората, има такива, които се харесват и такива, които не се харесват. Ние ги седим така, че да се помагат едно на друго, а пък тези, които не са добри спътници, ги седим надалече. И да, всякакви взаимоотношения има, било то химични или физични между растенията. Гледаме да ги спазваме. По този начин растенията да се помагат докато растат заедно. Зони химичен отпадък е храна за червиите. Те го изяждат, преработват го и произвеждат плодородна почва, така наречения биохумус, който пък е супер полезна храна за растенията. Всичко, което мини при стомасите на червиите, също е много полезно за растенията и много постояем за тях жив. Така че колкото повече черви, толкова по-добре. Червите не ядат живи растения, някакви хора са ядяли корени на растения и така нататък. Те ядат само мъртва органична материя. Те са много полезни работници. Почти невидими, обаче вършат много полезна работа в градината. И другите полезни работници, кокошките, тук е нашия трактор. С тях обработваме почвата на есен. Ето, разрахват и разбъркват почвата с краката си, наторяват. Те са там на долната земя, там бялата къщичка. Ами не, то се излиза и са такова смисъл, няма как отдалече. И яйцата са бонус, ние не са такова търсиме. Не ги гледаме заради яйцата. После направим десетката, да имаме къде да осядаме. И детския център, където децата играят с естествени материали. Нямаме някакви такива, как да кажа, структурирани съоръжения. При нас всичко е така: гуми, възглавници, одеяла, пръчки, камъни. Целта е децата сами да се измислят игрите, сами да се строят площадките и по-скоро сме ги позиционирали така, да им дали някаква основна идея на какво да играят, обаче там нататък ги оставяме сами да се измислят игрите, без някой възрастен да ги ръководи или който да им казва какво да правят. И те много добре се справят даже. Идват им такива идеи, дето на възрастните въобще не може да ни дойдат, така че няма лошо да ги оставим от време на време сами да структурират игрите. И към детските програми, да. Искат децата им да прекарат повече време на открито. Ние съвсем целенасочено целим една такава по-различна култура тук, в която нямаме типични занимания за деца и такива анимации. По-скоро всичките ни дейности тук са свързани с природата и с фермата, за да могат децата да преживеят от първо лице това взаимодействие с живата природа и дай Боже да ги вдъхновим и като възрастни да се търсят тази връзка с природата, защото
Op deze locatie, aan de Leuvense Vaartkom,
is Kopjeswam gevestigd. Hier groeien onze microgroenten, onze oesterzwammen en onze slamiksen. Kom ze gerust ontdekken in deze silos.
Welcome to Plant Antwerp's first vertical farm, where we grow amazing salads and great tasting herbs for local restaurants and local consumers. But also having a minimal impact on the environment. We do this by growing in an extremely controlled environment, where we control temperature, humidity, CO2 levels and nutrients. But this controlled environment allows us to make sure that we recuperate about 95% of our water, which remains in a closed loop. The controlled environment also makes sure that we don't add a single drop of pesticide, fungicides or other crap to our plants, and that they grow without any disturbance and any other kind of poison on it. Now, it all started back in 2018 when my partner Niels De Kenyi and myself, Hans Snyder, we met at the school gates and found that we had a shared passion for great healthy food and creating a positive impact on the environment. That brought us together. In 2018 we created Plant here at the border between the harbour of Antwerp and the city of Antwerp. We also don't want anything to do with plastic, so we focus on zero waste. Everything we make goes out in fully reusable containers and is delivered in line with our carbon neutral policy on an e-bike, and all our electricity is sourced through a local windmill. All our food is harvested, packaged and delivered on the same day. So a restaurant or a client gets their food in the most fresh fashion possible.
Last of the 4 video diaries we had available for us today. So I think we can now, we thank Mahmoud for this contribution, and we go to our next session, which is led by Donna Picard from the Institute of Sociology and Psychology of Sofia. Donna, I think Donna is online, is connected. Can I see Donna, please?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, Donna. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. So you have had a very interesting session with very interesting guests. We have the city of Rome, we have the city of Loures in Portugal, we have the city of Oslo in Norway. You are going to talk us through the topic, quite innovative topic in this sense of practice and governance models in urban agriculture. And you're going to show us different examples throughout Europe, besides yours in Sofia, of course. So we have a very international session this afternoon with you. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you for the great organization, and sorry we can't be in Rome. But it's a good thing that we can have a lot of participants from around the world. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. So yes, thank you again for everyone who is here with us today in this last session, where we are going to look more closely at how urban agriculture is implemented at local city level. So the way the session is going to work is I will very briefly introduce you to how we understand governance and urban agriculture governance in our project. and why we study practice governance models. And then we'll have the pleasure to learn more about the way that urban agriculture is governed and supported in 4 European locations, as Patricia already presented them: Rome, Oslo, Lorech, and in Sofia. Now, all the presenters, including the participants in the video presentations from Sofia, will be available to answer your questions. So if you stay till the end, hopefully, you can use the questions and answer session, or alternatively, you can join in the chat. Now, firstly, what is governance? We mentioned governance quite a few times in the previous sessions today. And of course, the understanding of governance is very, very often connected to top-down policy. But in EFO, we're also very much interested in the way practices are organized internally. So we look at the complex process of interaction based on different social practices, different institutions, and very importantly, power relations, which all help to coordinate and steer and maintain the operations of urban agriculture activities. Now, all this said, it's very important to understand that all these processes very much depend on a local context. So social, spatial, historic characteristics of cities and communities are also something that we're looking at. So when we talk about practice governance models, what we're really looking at is the way all these elements and factors are linked together, and the products and the results that they eventually lead up to. And why is this important to us? Well, because successful governance models and successful governance in urban agriculture makes practices more sustainable and effective when we want to achieve different benefits, social, economic, environmental benefits. And we are really interested in seeing what makes urban agriculture governance successful. And what we have found so far, and we continue to study further on in FEI, is that successful urban agriculture governance models at city level share one common characteristic above all. And that is the participatory decision-making processes that they're based on. So this means that all the relevant stakeholders are involved at the decision-making process from the beginning to the end, from the conceptualization of a practice to its implementation. This includes local government, of course, civil society, private sectors, sector gardeners, and pretty much everybody who is affected by urban agriculture. What else are we interested in? What else do we need to know? That, of course, different governance approaches lead to different results. And our task at hand is to understand better how the different governance processes lead to different forms of urban agriculture, but also to different benefits. So what you have heard from this morning, following from the different types of urban agriculture, what benefits they achieve, our task in what we do in one of the work packages of the project is we try to link all these nodes and to put them in a matrix, what we call the practice governance matrix, so that we can see what types of governance approaches in different types produce what results in what different contexts. Hopefully, this is the simplest way I could present this. And how we approach this task, just very, very briefly, so that you have the background of our methodological foundation. Firstly, we have identified the urban agriculture governance actors. Those are those actors who participate in what we call urban agriculture governance at all levels. When I say levels, I mean is it practice internal level? So the people who organize, initiate certain initiative. Is it the neighborhood? So people who don't participate, they don't garden, but they do experience the effects of different gardening activities. Or is it policy level? So municipalities, local authorities, and so on. So these actors include neighborhood associations, individual citizens, NGOs, municipalities, and so on, businesses, public institutions. Then what we do is we explore urban agriculture governance from the perspective of the city level policy. This really means looking at the vision of a city, of how it develops. So all normative documents, policies, strategies, programs that aim in one way or another to improve the quality of life of urban communities. This includes, of course, the environmental aspect, social aspect, economic aspect. And what we have found based on our literature review is that there are 3 main ways that we can classify practice governance models. 2 of them are what we call them place-sensitive models or approaches, which means that whatever is like the design of urban agriculture is done with the view to address local challenges, problems, and this could happen in 2 ways. One, with the support of local authorities. So this is the first model that we've listed here. So this is the place-sensitive approach with responsive local authorities. We also have place-sensitive approach without responsive local authorities. This means that pretty much all urban agriculture activity is driven from the bottom up, from grassroots, and is again addressed to specific problems or issues at local level. And we also have a third model or approach, which is a non-place sensitive. This relates to those models of and forms of urban agriculture which do not make use of the proximity to the city or the fact that they happen in the city. Most often this relates to business approaches, farming, where the farm produce is exported or really is not intended to in any way make the better life of urban communities. And what we do, and this is our next step in our task, is to study the governance models which characterize the most successful practices. We'll do that for each of the 6 types of urban agriculture that were presented earlier today. And if you ask, how do you measure success? Well, based on what we have in terms of data, we start using the self-reports of the practices that were gathered by the survey, which was presented again earlier on, of more than 100 practices from Europe. So we take their assessment of themselves as to what extent they have achieved the goals that they set themselves. And what we want to do, because so far we have only been working with this pretty much quantitative data from that survey, but the next step is to design and validate an instrument for in-depth study of 15 urban agriculture practices that we want to formulate as a good governance portfolio. And here we would really like to get as much help as possible from experts and practitioners who would like to join us for a very short workshop, maybe 1 or 2 hours, which will happen sometime in the beginning of summer. So if you would like to be approached by us and invited, please get in touch. You can send me an email or get in touch with our coordinating team so that we can organize this meeting and present this this instrument, and you can give us your feedback on that. And now, without further ado, we continue with the 3 PowerPoint presentations and talks from Rome, Oslo, and Larache, followed by a short video presentation from Sofia, after which we will have opportunity to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. So we can now give the floor to Ms. Paola Marzi from the City of Rome. Is Paola connected? Michelangelo? Okay.
Sì,
Buon pomeriggio.
mi sentite?
Buon pomeriggio, sì. Welcome. The floor is la parola, grazie.
Dunque, vediamo un attimo che...
Can you see it? Can you hear me? Okay, let's start then. Good evening, everybody. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to take part in this beautiful venue. And I would like to speak to you about the governance model of the city of Rome that has led to the approval of the regulation for the entrustment loan for the use and management of green areas in Roma Capitale. One thing that we have to say is that the phenomenon of urban horticulture is linked very tightly with the history of the city of Rome. And Romolo, one of the founders of the city of Rome, gave out land to his friend for horticultural purposes. So we can also see Roman villas. They have acres and acres of cultivated land. In recent times, right after the Second World War, up until the 70s, Rome has seen a great urban development phase, and horticulture becomes a mean of sustainment for many families that had moved to the city from surrounding areas. Rome is not an industrial city. So immigrants tend to occupy abandoned portions of land, and their houses, those were projects, and their personal goal was to try and regain some kind of agricultural knowledge. And one thing that was possible to observe was that horticultural actors were not cooperating. They were not making. They were not joined together with the municipality and the city administration. And so many areas were occupied for personal uses. In Europe, as in the rest of the world, so many regulations have been introduced regarding green spaces. In Italy, we have safeguard, prevention, and improvement of the environment as principles for regulations. Around the year 2000, regulations were being introduced founded on the values of preserving the landscape and sustainable development, the fight to pollution, and correct use of natural resources. Moreover, within the approval phase of the new regulatory plan of the city of Rome, which is the main instrument with which construction sites are approved within the city. And this document has introduced the principle of participation, which is founded on the idea that citizens can take part in the administrative process. This next slides are some examples of urban horticulture, spontaneous urban horticulture. And we see often a fence along the area, and normally it's not so pleasant to the eye. It's made of mixed materials and it's covered in vegetation. We see these pictures. This picture was taken this year, and you can see the fence is not in such a very good state overall. And often within these gardens, we have small constructions made from, again, various materials. and their use is just to collect tools or just to find repair when it rains. We can find DUI irrigation systems. So overall, it's not actually very pleasant. It's not great to see. It's not, this area does not, it's just not so very beautiful. What's happening? What happens then? So in 2010, since 2010, actually, the governance system and the themes of the environment and participation will lead to the multiplication of actors that up until 2010 were illegally using these gardens, and will be now regulated by the city. This regularization request of the gardens is something that comes from citizens, from citizen associations. In 2015, this regulation of urban gardens of City of Rome has been approved. What kind of model is it? It's a model based on participation, on subsidiarity, and the goal is creating a feeling of shared management of the common good by the citizens, and that goes especially for green areas. And the main principle is the subsidiarity principle. This regulation is not an adaptable document that can be modified on the basis of the needs of the citizens. And it's obviously aimed at the sustainable development of the City of Rome. What are the consequences of the application of this urban garden regulation? As has been pointed out today by many speakers, urban gardens are something that pertain to different branches of the politics of the administration of the city. And the main effects are the recovery of the abandoned green areas, the presidium of the territory, safeguard of the territory, and phenomena of social integration of all sorts of people, and also can have its results in education, obviously creating jobs. Let's have a look at some of the social gardens, social urban gardens in the City of Rome. The part on the left, the picture on the left is the condition of the gardens before, and on the right you can see what it looks like right now. We are talking about right now the urban garden in Tor Carbone. And as you can see, it was very wild area to begin with. There were buildings made from various materials that weren't doing the area any favor. From you can see the difference right now. This is the example of before and after the realization of the social garden, the urban garden. This has been made possible by the European CityMed funds. You can see that the area has been entirely requalified. And last, this is very interesting to me because we are actually in the center of Rome. This is the San Pietro monument. This area was covered in spontaneous vegetation. And this is how it looks right now. So the idea of recovering abandoned green areas is very interesting, but most of all, the social aspects, I believe, that are connected to these urban gardens, they really become melting points. People are clearly happy within these open spaces. The kids, they can play outside. And I believe this is the real value of urban gardens. That said, I would like to conclude, and it has been very hard for me to condense everything in the time I had. I would like to thank you again. Thank you, Paola.
Patricia, do I present the next speaker?
If you wish, unless you want me to do so, I can introduce you now to Line Tveiten from the city of Oslo. Is Line with us here today? Yeah, I think she's connected.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hi, Line. Welcome. Thank you for being with us today from Oslo. So we go from Rome to Southern Europe to the very northern tip of Europe, to Oslo. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Line.
Thank you. I definitely feel like I'm in the north now because it just started snowing. I sent my kids out for ice cream and it started snowing. So that's what the weather is like here at the moment. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Whoops. Can you please confirm that everything's working?
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Line.
Thank you. So, hello, everybody. I'm Line Tveiten from the city of Oslo. I work for the Agency for Urban Environment, and my background is I have a master's degree in agroecology. I'm assuming not everybody knows Oslo very well. So first, I want to tell you some facts about Oslo. We are the capital of Norway. We just, on 17th of March, we rounded 700,000 inhabitants. We are one of Europe's fastest growing cities with, and about half of our households are single person households. Around 1/3 of our inhabitants are immigrants or children of immigrants. And at the moment, our city government is the Labour Party, the Green Party, and the Socialist Left Party. And they have been running the city since 2015, and the next election is in 2023. As some of you may know, I hope, in 2019, we were the European Green Capital. And I also added a quote from our governing mayor. Our city government usually says that the climate problem cannot be solved by someone else at another time. It has to be solved by us now. So I just wanted to share sort of what is the mood and the vibe in the city of Oslo at the moment with the city government that we have. They are quite impatient and they want a lot to happen fast. I also wanted to mention that the city of Oslo is participating in many Horizon 2020 projects. Among others, we are participating in Transfusili, which is about transforming urban food systems through exploring solutions in living labs. We are also participating in EdiCitNet, which is about creating edible cities. And that project is coming to an end. And I will show you one picture from that project in one of my next slides. Okay, so today I'm trying to answer the question, how is Oslo using urban agriculture to transform the urban food system? And I wanted to present to you our strategy for urban agriculture, which basically answers the question, I hope. So first, a little bit about urban agriculture in the city of Oslo. We started working on urban agriculture around 2012, and I was involved in the work at that time. I'm actually not involved very much in the work anymore, but I'm presenting on behalf of the team. In 2012, we were mainly supporting pilot projects and doing tests on urban agriculture in Oslo. In 2017, we finally established a subsidy scheme for urban agriculture, and we got 1 million Norwegian kroners to hand out. €1 is about 10 Norwegian kroner. And the amount increased to 2 million kroners per year from 2018. So we are handing out 2 million Norwegian kroner every year for urban agriculture projects in the city of Oslo to all kinds of recipients, both private persons, businesses, and volunteer organizations. So since 2017, we had more than 300 new projects who have received funding, and even more have been started. Not all the projects are receiving funding from the city. In 2019, the City Council of Oslo adopted a strategy for urban agriculture, the one you see in the picture, which is called Sprouting Oslo. And the responsible vice mayor for this is the vice mayor for environment and transport. Her name is Sirin Stav today. And the executive body for actually doing the work on a daily basis is my agency, Agency for Urban Environment. And we have a team of 3 people working only on urban agriculture at the moment. I'm trying to keep time, I'm sorry. So this is briefly about the strategy. It has 5 main goals. The heading of the strategy is that urban agriculture is about creating room for everyone in the city's green spaces. So the heading of the strategy is very much about inclusion and the social aspects of urban agriculture. And the main goal, number 1, is to have a greener city. Urban agriculture is a tool to transform the city from a gray city to a green city with edible plants. And main goal number 2 is to have a more local food production, so that more food is locally grown, sold, and eaten in the city. Main goal number 3 is to use urban agriculture to create meeting places in the city. So urban agriculture is a way to activate people in green spaces and to create social arenas. Main goal number 4 is to use urban agriculture to create green educational arenas, such as school gardens, for example. And main goal number 5 is to have a collaborative city of knowledge. That means we want to encourage business development and knowledge development in the business sector in Oslo. Okay, I will go fast through the main goals and show you some example. Main goal number 1, a greener city, to transform the city from gray to green. You see an example in the picture. From the 2 pipes there are the pipes from a tunnel going underneath. And this actually started as an art project from a business, a real estate developer. And as it was becoming more finished, they gave it to the city to take over. So now we actually have a city staff member working as we call him the city farmer. He's working there, and in the future the area will be the schoolyard of a new school. So this is an example going from green to gray. Next main goal, local food production. I'm showing you here the example from our EDICITNet, Edible Cities Network Living Lab, which is a historical farm in industrial area of Oslo, where they have transformed one of the fields into a living lab, exploring different forms of business models in urban agriculture, but also different forms of social, different ways urban agriculture can be social arenas for the neighborhood and for different groups. So this is a very vibrant and area, and a lot is happening in this field all the time. It's very nice. And it's also one of our newest CSA farms, community supported agriculture, where people can buy locally grown food directly from the field and be involved. Main goal number 3 is to use urban agriculture as to create social green meeting places. So this is an example from a square called Vaterland, where they put boxes with edible plants, and this is actually a summer job, a place of summer job for youth in that part of the city, and they have events there also when the plants are ready to be eaten. Main goal number 4, green educational arenas. We want more kids to experience school gardens. So our main focus is to train more teachers, because we actually have quite a lot of school gardens, but the biggest barrier is that teachers don't know how to incorporate school gardens in their teaching. So we are trying to raise knowledge on how to use school gardens in teaching. This is one of our lovely and messy school gardens called Rusta. And finally, main goal number 5, a collaborative city of knowledge. We are working to explore urban food production, commercial urban food production. Here you have one example from Gruten. They collect coffee grounds from coffee bars all over Oslo, and they grow oyster mushrooms in the coffee grounds. And just like the other presenter before, they distribute the oyster mushrooms to restaurants in the cities by e-bike. So they are very environmentally friendly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Tveiten. And that was, yeah, Patricia, I stepped back into my role.
Please go ahead.
That was an excellent example of place-sensitive governance approach with supportive and responsive authorities, just like the one from Rome. And now we have Marlene Marques from Lowresh.
Hello. Hi, Marlene.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Nice to meet you again. Okay.
Thank you for inviting me for this presentation. For me, it's an honor to be with you today. I will shortly explanation. So about we are doing now. While you see on the photos, this is what we're doing in Lourdes, city of Portugal. More about 2,000 people live there. It has 51% agricultural areas using in this moment. And in this moment, the project we are doing there, it's an important, arriving the important moment for helping the city with the integration with the people there, and also helping the people with the food stabilization. So for solving this kind of problems in our territory, we can see the first photo in the left side, where is the citizenships produce something like urban agriculture. But after they arrive the project, we see in the right side how the project helps building a green area. And with this project, we have social environment and local environment with the citizenships, and produce so much success with the developing these kinds of urban areas and urban agricultural areas with the goals help this kind of people, helping with the healthy and physically and mentally. The principle about we are building our community is so much important, because the agriculture, it's a historical important thing for the people, for the humanity was a sustainable for the life. So with this success, we kind building and training for the garden, for developing this garden and organic farming. With this contribution, we are creating a new kind of landscape in the cities, with the organic creating a family, introducing different points of helping these families. This is a model we can use for organize. This is what we brought from Rome. But we use this model for explain and use the approach for how we can use different groups, stakeholders, for learn and developing these green areas. So you can see in the photos different stakeholders, representatives from the schools, local representatives of politics, with essentials essential for developing these urban green areas. We have also the farmers, or sometimes organize people for developing this green urban. We have so much support for everyone. This is very important for every time you need to develop this kind of project. For example, for create a simple farm, we need to involve people. We can help and facilitate it. And helping the farmers to create and produce. So you can see all the photos. This is our equipe. This is our group working. Everything we do is so much inspiration. This is a photo for a local meeting with the people involved, very involved with the creation of the green urban areas. you see in all the photos different stakeholders involved and interacting in each moment. So working with our team in the way and disciplined way for create and developing our innovation and a new idea. In our team, we always discuss everything. Like this example, we do meetings to introduce the methodology with the local people. So for these meetings, we possibly explain how the project works, how you want to develop in the project in this area, and helping understand how the best way to do this. And so we produce and do trainings. And after this kind of presentation, this training, we go to the process. This means we go into the process and to do a positive energy focus on building a communication with the gardens for create innovation things, not technological innovation, but innovation with the way to inspire to participate in the project. When you see, like we learn about Homa, so much cities involving in this kind of forum, this kind of project, was so much inspiration for allow it to work with different stakeholders, allow to learn different opinions. For developing everything, we need to grow up. Like you see, we developing a kind of model of regulation for the city of Lourdes. Developing this model for the city for a long process, but inspiration permit to adaptation for everyone. And the first draft of the regulation, we have some gaps. After a public participation, these gaps with involving the social networks, a municipal governance, a regulation, it's permit to create a regulation draft and involving and continues with the project, permit to continue with the project. After the approval of municipal regulation, we have a development on urban gardening strategy with good results. 108 new farms involved. And this project received so much attention, including for another urban centers, urban community gardens, like Conventinho, Borbodella, Infanto, Quinto. for the future. So never stop. We are always creating, we are always working something. We know so much important. The stretch and involve everyone. This kind of model it's so much interesting. So I'm finished with. I will show to you a video. We can see how much is the spirit with how what are you doing now? We are inviting everyone to participate. I'm looking. We are looking for construct a new landscapes in the cities. Thank you very much for.
From one location to another, and we are quite delayed with time, but I believe that Patricia would send us a link to watch the last presentation, which is going to be a video presentation of about 15 minutes on the Sofia case.
Click on the link, just copy and paste it on a new page. Okay, just copy and paste it so you can watch this very interesting video and on YouTube on our channel. And the video lasts approximately 15 minutes. And once you have watched the video, please come back to us here at the conference. This is a video story of the city of Sofia. And we wanted to make sure that it remained in its own original length and peculiarities and characteristics. This is why we want you to watch it through YouTube, please. And come back to us as soon as you have watched the video. Enjoy it. Thank you. Perhaps, Donna, we can get back to the conference if some viewers have already finished watching the video.
I noticed that people were watching the video in a staggering way, so some
okay
later. But it's up to you, or maybe if anybody would like to watch until the end, they could write so in the chat. Otherwise, shall we proceed to question and answer session?
Yes.
Let's give a few seconds if somebody will have some more time to watch the video.
Exactly, one more minute. Anyway, they have also the link already in the other page, so they can go back to watch it also.
That's right.
After the conference, if they wish to do so. Hello, Isabel. Hello again.
Hello. I'm sorry I had to leave and come back, so I maybe miss. I saw the link for the Sofia video, but I missed the visit to the from Rome Urban Gardens visit. This one I missed.
No, you didn't. You didn't miss it because we haven't.
Perfect.
Been there yet.
Okay. Then thank you very
final
much.
Session of the day. After
Perfect.
Don't worry.
And the Sofia one is also very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can cut me now.
Okay. So we are going to wait a few seconds to give the chance to more viewers to watch the video to the very end.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can now go back to our question and answer session, if that's okay.
Yes, let's do that. Yes,
Okay.
let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
So
I will
if,
ask. I will ask our technical team to also activate the microphones of your collaborators, Natalia, Diana, and Bosivar, if I'm not mistaken.
Diana unfortunately had to leave because she had time just until now, just until 4 o'clock set. But yes, the rest should be here.
Okay, I'll just check with the technical team.
And yes, we're ready to take questions from the audience. You could write in the chat if you have any questions to the 4 cases from Rome, Oslo, and Lorette, and Sofia. There was a question earlier.
From Henk Renting. Exactly,
That's
yes.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just go back to it. And I think Marlene partially answered. So the question is, to what extent have national and European policy schemes been important for the governance scheme? Positive or possibly negative effects? Any? Does anyone want to join? Paula, Marzi, or Trine, Tveten?
I can say something.
Sure, thank you.
He's asking about policy making, policy schemes. I would say that European policy does not very much affect Oslo policies. We're not a part of the EU. But his question made me think about we are actively participating in EU programs and EU projects. So several of our policies are developed through those projects. So I would say that that does affect our policy, our collaboration with other European cities. And we are very much influenced by other European cities because we collaborate so closely, among others, through the projects.
Yes, yes, that's interesting. And what about in Rome?
Per quanto riguarda Roma, devo dire che...
must admit that policies depend on the historical moment of the city, because sometimes we have some situations that are positive and other situations are less positive. What has been really hard in trying to produce these regulation on urban gardens was the fact that I was mentioning before during my presentation, that is to say, letting the administration understand that urban gardens come from the bottom, should stay there because they are the result of the participation of population. So the difference between a social urban garden and an urban garden created by the administration is really clear. The gardens created by the administration are all the same. They are not differentiated. On the contrary, citizens create urban gardens according to the characteristics of the location in which they're built. So they are really more diverse. So the political question is really hard to tackle, because if the administration is open to the green spaces, so things can go in a good way. I must admit that this time with this administration, what concerns the city of Rome, we had a change in mayor, and this administration pays a lot more of attention to agriculture, to food systems, and also urban gardens. So this is something positive. But as I was saying before, it depends on the people who are in charge of the administration. I think that with this administration, I will not have the difficulties I had before.
As I don't see any more questions in the chat. I have a question to Paola Marzi. There is one question. Okay, let's go to it. From Daniel. When we hear the term governance, we often think about top-down or bottom-up management and implementation of urban agriculture projects. In reality, it seems like projects are rarely operated solely bottom-up or top-down, and what is happening in between. It seems like we are dealing with a continuum of governance models. Do you share these observations? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's all we're doing. We are in this we are in the spectrum. And that's what's interesting. Otherwise, it'll be all kind of easy to interpret and analyze. So I would personally not say it's a continuum. Sorry to take the floor, and then if everybody else could join in. But I wouldn't even say it's a continuum. I think it's a scattergram because it's not just a line. It's got different levels and different extents to which different actors are involved. Snapogram, okay. Yes. But of course, if any of the other speakers would like to reflect on Daniel's question.
Sure, I was thinking it's a mix. We're using, I'm not 100% comfortable with the word governance or what it means compared to the Norwegian words we have, but I would say we have a toolbox of governance tools, and it's definitely a mix of tools. For example, we have the subsidy scheme where we have a bag of money and they apply and we provide money, and then we follow up and we have dialogue. And then you also have the research and development projects where we enter collaboration and we have equal ownership and to the results and equal interest in the project. And then you have sometimes the city takes initiative to something. It's either political or administrative, and then sometimes actors, stakeholders in the city take initiative. So it's very dynamic, and it's all the time a mix of, I think scattergram is a funny word. I want to find out how I can use it.
Okay. There is a question from Jan Elko Jansma. How could the governance support inclusiveness in gardens and access to local food? Lessons from Oslo?
We have some very interesting examples from Oslo where we have some quite innovative staff in our, what do you call it, the employment office. The office working with people with no jobs and also people on social welfare. And they are using urban agriculture sometimes as work training. Sometimes they create commercial urban agriculture businesses to actually provide long-term jobs for people. We have an example with it's how do you call it, aquaculture salad. You grow lettuce in water. What do you call it?
Aquaponics.
Yes. And we have several examples of that. So I feel like in the employment offices of Oslo, they are situated in one of the each 15 districts. We have many very innovative examples of how they incorporate urban agriculture and the tasks that they are doing with the different groups.
Very interesting example. Okay, and my question to Ms. Paola Marzi was, you mentioned that municipality asks the citizens to help manage the degraded areas. How exactly does that happen? Can you just give specific and concrete example? How can they help?
No, parlo in maniera un pochino più capibile del regolamento. Allora, praticamente
to explain a bit the regulation. The regulation was made taking part in a series of meetings with citizens. And we used as a regulation of reference the one of Bologna, Milan, and Turin. So the regulation of Rome comes from the comparison among the different regulations, also from Martial, and also from different meetings that were held also among citizens that dedicate to urban gardens. So this regulation I was mentioning is the regulation that manages the different gardens coming from the bottom. How does it work? Rome is a green city and it is huge, so it's really hard to maintain the urban areas, the green urban areas. So citizens, either because they don't want to see anymore an area which is close to their house, which is not really nice and beautiful, and also because they are afraid of different projects that could be implemented in that area. So, for example, building projects. So because that was the main idea. So these citizens gathered in associations and asked those areas, and this is something that before didn't happen, because before we had spontaneous urban gardens, so without a request for authorization. So since 2010, these associations, these citizens starts to ask that the management of their gardens is regularized, because working on urban gardens is a job. So they asked for regulation. Also considering the different topics of green economy and of ecology. So that regulation, which is quite famous, regulates the gardens that come from the bottom in the following way. So citizens who apply for a project can get the allocation of an allotment of a parcel. So if the project is considered suitable, which are in accordance with the 13th article of the regulation, so there are not problems, it can be accepted. Rome is an historic city, so sometimes there can be some limits also from an architectural point of view and historic point of view. So if there is no problem, these areas are given to people, to citizens that then realize urban gardens. And this is important because these citizens take care of this area, because city is not a gathering of houses, it's a gathering of people. Otherwise it wouldn't be a city. So the municipality is made of citizens, it's not made by the administration. Administration is a support for citizens. And in this case, thanks to the process of subsidiarity, which is also enshrined in our constitution. So today, citizens carry out a task that usually should be carried out by the administration. So they take care of an urban area, because in urban gardens, they take care of different activities. For example, training, food training, educational training, activities for people who have faced problems, people who were in jail, people who were drug addicted. So they are also included in these areas. Urban gardens are open to every age, people of every age, of every race. So this is a model of democratic management of a common good that is still common, because these citizens don't own their gardens. These gardens are open to everybody. But Rome is a particular city. Thanks to the association, this could happen. Without association and without this will to take care of the territory, maybe we wouldn't have this phenomenon.
think we haven't received any more questions in the chat. So given the fact that we're well over time, I propose that we close the session and then move on to the expected virtual trip to Rome.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you to your guests, Line, Marlene, and Paola. Thank you very much. And now we are going to go to our final session of the day, which ideally would have been a visit to Rome Urban Gardens if you had the chance to come here to visit us today. But since we haven't had the chance to welcome you here in the city, we are bringing the Urban Gardens to you, to all of you. So we have prepared a video visit to different urban gardens in Rome. Again, like before, I'm going to copy onto the chat a link to the video, and I please ask you not to click on that link, but to copy and paste it onto another page and enjoy this virtual tour around some of the urban gardens in Rome. And we will be back after the video. The video lasts approximately 10 minutes. So here we go. We're going to give you now the link. 1 second. Okay, urban gardens, here we go. Okay.
Dove sarebbe?
Okay, you have now the link on the chat. Please copy and paste it onto another page. Enjoy the visit, and we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you all had the chance to watch the video, and I hope that we have managed through this video to take you a little bit closer to our urban gardens. Thank you very much for being with us today, for accompanying us throughout the day. It has been a very interesting and intense first day of the conference. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. We'll meet you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with our first guest. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Again, thank you. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening.